So you have sent me questions and a big message as well about you've been playing in spurts.
Yeah.
Over the past, long time probably, and every single time you kind of end up running into a wall or burning out or not enjoying your time anymore.
Yeah, so just a brief synopsis, I guess. I played MapleStory when I was a child, and I'm almost 30 now, so it was a while ago, and never really got super heavy into it. I just really enjoyed it as a kid. I thought it was a great game. Maybe got to like level 70, 80, and then when the update came out in August of, I think it was 22 now, that it was like a rather large update. I came back to the game and I loved it. Full blown nostalgia. I was hanging out and I was being a henny ho and I was asking people, I need help with progression. Who do I go to see? And someone spammed Scardor. So I popped on a Twitch, found you, and the rest is kind of history. So yeah, I run into like the wall that I ran into on my previous account, because this is a fresh account. I just started this account when the update dropped, so it's less than 2 weeks old now, I guess, somewhere around there.
You're right.
Yeah, I think 2 weeks tomorrow.
Yep.
Yeah.
Any particular reason you started a completely new account? Like you just forgot the info on the old one, or you just wanted the new experience, or?
I went back to my old account and I felt lost. Like, I didn't know what I wanted to do, what I wanted to continue progressing. I kind of forgot about my main, and I just kind of felt like, you know what, it's a good time to get a fresh start on a fresh server too. Even though it's not as new as it was, it's still low in population, and I figured it would be just cool to restart. So that's actually kind of why I wanted the progression session so early on. Was so that I would be able to, in your words, maintain fun in the game while progressing, because that was the biggest thing that happened to me last time. Was I felt like I became a slave to the game instead of playing the game because I wanted to play the game.
Gotcha. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, like looking forward to having fun and logging in, but more like feeling like you need to log in, otherwise you're gonna miss out on a bunch of stuff.
Pure FOMO.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Well, Maple does that very, very well. So when you say new server, you mean that you started on Hyperion or?
Chronos.
On Chronos.
Oh no, wait, no. Which one's the new one? Hyperion?
Hyperion's a new one, yeah. Chronos is like the older one. That's like the all-father of the gods and everything.
Correct. I'm on Hyperion now.
Yeah, as a Greek, you should know that, right? Where Chronos is, and
yeah, Chronos,
all the
word
pantheon.
For time.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's where time itself comes from, like, because he's like the dad of, is it Hades?
I believe so.
Hades, Poseidon, and Zeus.
Yeah, I used to be super into Greek mythology, but it's been a while for me.
Yeah, I mess up like the Roman and the Greek names all the time because they all have the exact same ones, but just under different names, so it's like easy to confuse them. Got,
yeah,
like,
definitely.
Mercury and Hermes, and then you start like you have Ares, and then you have, is it Mars? I think Roman uses more the planets' names, right?
Yeah, there's Mars and Jupiter, I believe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And Venus.
Yep.
Aphrodite, I think, right?
I know who Aphrodite is, obviously, but not sure about Venus.
Well, I think that's the same. I think, but then one is Roman, one is Greek. I think.
Okay. Yeah.
Unless I'm mixing them up now. Someone who's super nerd into all of that, let us know in the comments.
Please.
Yeah. So overall, but so on a Hyperion, okay, yeah, lower population, but not dead. There's people around. There's guilds. There's definitely it's got a better shot because of the release and the region and all that. I think a way better shot at succeeding than the Europe server ever did, than Solus ever did, because of the region restriction and the client merging and the time when it came out so late when people had already all started over on Reboot, and not too many people like you who are like, oh, let's just start over again. At a certain point, people are kind of done with that, especially the more you have, the more you let go. The FOMO comes in there as well. Like, you're going to have to start all the way over with your Legion and all that, which is a very solid foundation for your entire account. And that can take a while. Of course, every single time you would restart, there's always more events and faster leveling and more burns and stuff like that. So you can remake your Legion very quickly. And it's always going to be faster than last time, or generally, right? But not having to do that is even faster. So that's why I just wanted to make sure, like, if you're just starting with a new account, like, why would you... what I wanted to have answer for myself, like, if you're starting on the same server, like, why would you pick a new account if you could just make a new character on an existing account and then have that Legion that you talked about, right, for the previous account, just to start a little bit further, just to save yourself the time. But it makes sense if you're starting on Hyperion. But yeah, for all intents and purposes, Hyperion just has the same rules and regulations, everything the same as Chronos. It's just separate from it. But other than that, it's the exact same game. You're just playing a copy of it.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I hope
so
my answer made sense. I just felt like a fresh start would be cool.
Yeah. No, it does make sense. I mean, that's why a lot of people did jump to Hyperion, because some people maybe like, they like the rush in the beginning of being like part of the first clears, or they want to be like number one on a class. But if you come into the game 2-3 years after other people are there, you could just never really catch up to them, right? So there's definitely a lot of stuff like that where people feel like being able to jump into something from the beginning or relatively early gives you a little bit more of that feeling of a... And it's a smaller community. For some people, that's just more the vibe that they're looking for. So that's good. So
I also felt like
yeah?
lower population, less fighting for maps later on, possibly.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, and also like more burn in maps, right? Burn builds up as maps are not used. So if there are more channels, there's not as many channels though, so that's like the downside. But you have a lot of regions that are available to people, and then with the new mastery, with a new skill coming out, with Solianis coming out, extra big summon in the map that makes maps more easy to rotate and maintain the kill speed on the map, and that should also mean that people will spread out more instead of all being in the same kind of like meta maps that are considered really good because you can kill the most monsters per hour. Allowing people to spread out a little bit more will also mean that you will, on average, just see higher level burns wherever you go.
Agreed.
Yeah. Unless you were right now in a map that nobody else trains in, and then suddenly it becomes popular because of the change, and then you personally get boned a little bit. But it's a big world, right? There's a lot of areas with a lot of channels and a lot of maps, so there's room for plenty of people. Not if we had like 5x the player base, but yeah, in Hyperion there's definitely enough space. Because I think I read through all you said. There were some things that you said you understood well, and then some you didn't know at all. Well, I guess to put up front like the having fun thing, which I think is, probably the most important. What would you say you enjoy in general, or is there something that you know for sure? Yeah, like the constant, the monotony of always just dailies, weeklies, right? You said that was kind of soul killing.
Yes.
Yeah, so we want to avoid that becoming like a chore checklist thing. Some people use checklists so they could just make sure they got all the important stuff done, and then they can just do whatever they want. And some people just go from checklist to checklist to checklist, and that's all they do. So a checklist, I don't think, is necessarily a bad thing. It can help you make sure that you're doing some of the things that you maybe not like doing as much, but if they reach a certain level of usefulness and saving you time and making it so that you can spend even more time in the future doing the things that you enjoy, then that would be a good thing, right? So, 100%. I mean, one of the main things is like symbols, right? Like arcane symbols and then sacred symbols. Nobody really likes those, but they allow you to do higher level bosses faster. And for a lot of people, doing the bossing is actually what's really the fun part. So in order to get there in a reasonable time frame, there is going to be some demand of you of doing some of that more repetitive stuff. But the way I like to look at it is, if you pretty rigorously are able to keep your dailies done. That also means that it shouldn't be that big of a deal if you forget one time, or if you miss out on one or two because you're out with friends doing something, or you go on vacation, because your average per year, like your efficiency of how much you're doing it per year, is still really, really high. The thing kind of becomes that if it's something you don't really like doing and you don't do them, and then you also miss some days, now certain progress that could take you weeks will start taking you months, or things that take you months will take you years. And then they can get to a scale where it's almost, it becomes like unreliable, or it just becomes bad to set it as a goal, because it's just going to be depressing looking at how long it takes for you to get there, kind of thing. So I don't know if you have in your head at all, like, what is a long-term goal, like some kind of content you've always seen that you would like to maybe get to at some point, or if you just want to take it like day by day and just slowly progress, and just want like general direction, and just be like, I'll find my own way there, kind of thing.
Okay, so I definitely have an answer for you. Before I begin, I realized I forgot to put my arcane symbols in the imager.
Okay.
I have 3 symbols, VJ, Choo-Choo, and Latch, and they're all level 10 right now. So that's what I'm sitting at on the AB. Okay, so MapleStory. I think... So I come from a Iron Man RuneScape background. I love solo progression. I love the feeling of having put in the effort to obtain the end goal that you are searching. And in MapleStory, for me personally, that is bossing. I really like bossing, and nothing has really quite matched the feeling yet of like my first clear on Chaos Pierre on my buck on my last account. I finally was able to clear it entirely solo progression, and it felt great. Like learning how to do the boss, learning, okay, well, if he's wearing the same color hat and you attack him, he's going to heal. If he's wearing a red hat and you have a blue hat, you're going to do double damage. Stuff like that. So just learning boss mechanics and then getting him down to 30% binding, bursting, whatever, finishing it so it doesn't split. Like, I really liked learning about that. I loved learning about the mechanics, and I loved being able to clear the boss on my own entirely. So that's kind of like where the thrill in the game comes from. I also play a lot of World of Warcraft, so I like to gear characters. So this is one of those games where gearing is multi-dimensional, because gears have stars, they have flames, they have potentials. So there's multiple steps to gearing that I really enjoy, and then of course there's the gamba behind it, which I love. I'm a big gacha player. I play like Bay Grand Order, and recently I've been playing Wuwa, Wuthering Waves, and Honkai Star Rail, and like all these games. So like I love gamba. So
okay. Well, this is a good game for you then, yeah.
yeah, it's a good game for me. So I that's kind of like the general direction of it. I want to feel super cool beating a boss all on my own with no help apart from myself, and that's what makes me feel good.
Okay.
Yeah.
And would you say that's because, in your life you found that you can never really rely on other... No, I'm just kidding.
Now that you mention it.
Yeah, my dad left the family when I was 4, and we got like abandonment issues. No. Yeah, that's like a way that you can go through the game for sure. With solo progression in mind, there's varying degrees of solo progression, of course. There's definitely a thing where you could just try solo until every next jump, right, is going to be a bigger jump to the next boss, and eventually it's going to be one where either it's impossible for you solo, or it gets to the point where you're like, okay, this is just going to take way too long, and then finding other people, finding similar people. There probably might be, but I think there are solo progression guilds. Some people say solo progression, like, I don't want to use guild skills at all either. Like, that's a certain level of rules that people put on their own playthrough, but I know there are solo progression guilds where people just are all in there and they're all just doing their own solo thing. So they're all talking to each other about how they solo things and sharing experiences and stuff without actually partying and actually doing things together. But you're still kind of doing things together, but still solo. So, I mean, there might be one like that in Hyperion. I don't know. Otherwise, start one. And if not, then you'll be alone in your guild and you'll be solo, so you'll still be, lore accurate, so it'll be fine.
The lore.
Yeah, yeah, you have to always be lore accurate, bro. You gotta be full cosplay, full lore all the time, stay in character.
I am the cream.
Yeah, the what?
That clip of Macho Man Randy Savage.
Oh,
putting he puts like this cream. He has like 5 creamers in his hand, and that guy was always in character. That's what reminded me of it from what you said. Anyway.
Yeah. Well, yeah. So that was your first question as well, right? Well, which class is best oriented for solo progression, that kind of stuff. Yeah. Okay. Solo and yeah, and then however far you get is however far you get. Yeah. There's. Okay. Yes, and then the concept. Yeah, we can dive into the classes first. That's probably as good a place as any to start. So I ranked the classes a while ago, and that was based on a few things. Basically, I used to have like a whole like ranking tier list thing. That was very complicated with like a lot of numbers, and as the classes got more complicated and more skills were released and classes got redone and big updates happened, it was just impossible to keep up with how all the classes were comparing to each other. Plus, how are they going to change in 6 months with Korea? How many of those changes are exactly coming over? How many are not, right? It's always tricky. So when I was trying to build up for the website, the guys had the idea of, because I always wanted to have a class picker, basically, where I don't want to make like a tier list of these are just the good classes and these are the bad classes, because I think tier lists are pretty lazy and just kind of bad on average. They're usually they can be good for one hyper-specific scenario, but the problem is people will take the information in there usually and extrapolate that to other scenarios that it might not apply to at all, right? So I can make a tier list of like what would be the best bossing mules with no funding at like level 215 that can do like the bosses that are accessible at that area the fastest, for example. Like I could make that tier list, right? And that could work and that could be solid. But then someone could see that and be like, oh, I'm going to make a boss mule, so I'm just going to pick the top one. But maybe they're trying to make a boss mule up to Lotus and Damien or something, and they're trying to get to 230. Well, it's possible that once you get that far, the tier list is completely different, right? Because of which skills need to get boosted, where the strengths are of the characters, where the weaknesses are of the characters. It's possible that now it's completely inaccurate. That's one thing. And the other thing is that there's also a perceived distance between the classes. If you make a whole lot of ranks and there's 50 classes, it'll seem like the classes that are way on top are infinitely better than the ones on the bottom. But it is possible that they're actually really close in terms of how good they are. They are just significantly enough different that they should be in different ranks. But it doesn't necessarily mean that they're therefore like half as strong or it'll take you twice or 3 times as long to do the same content, right? So with that, my ideal was to just rank the characters based on each other and then allow people to basically program what they think is important for them. And then based on that, a tier list would come out. So like, are you planning to get far into the game? Are you looking for mostly a mobber or a bosser? You know how, do you want a complicated character or do you want a more simple character? Do you want to be more of a support? Do you want to be more of a frontliner? Do you want to be more, right? Or do you want to be a hybrid? And then based on that, it would just basically roll out like a top 5 of like these classes will be the ones that fit your desire. These will be your personal top 5, basically. So with that in mind, but to make that a little bit simpler, we just started working with tags that were basically like 2 or 3 tags basically per class. And rated them here. Now, I did this a while ago, but I think most of this is still accurate, although Angelic Buster did get quite a bit of a rework, but I think I already accounted for that because of Korea. I'll double check that. And I don't think Beast Tamer is still in here. They should be here as Lin now. But Lin is mostly DPM, I believe.
AB's like a 2-minute class with like a 1-minute mini burst.
Oh, sorry, I'm writing something and now I... Sorry, you said what? AB was... AB is
AB's a
half
2-minute class, and it sort of has like a 1-minute like mini burst.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, like a half. Yeah, with the little dragon thing, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that used to be quite a bit trickier. They set that up a
Mighty
lot.
Mascot.
Yeah, Mighty Mascot, that's the one. They definitely made that way easier to pull off and everything. So there's also, tags. So this is a lot of times people, who are just newer to the game, they don't know how all the classes really compare to each other, or they're looking for a hyper burn or like for a boss mule. And then basically for all of those scenarios, you can use this in terms of like what is required funding. Is it going to be more, mobbing wise? Is it more average or below, or is it above average? Do you need a lot of input? So like, is the character more
Cadena or not Cadena?
Yeah, basically, like, is it required to be heavy input to make sure you can get the capacity, get the potential of the class to come out, right? And then what is the role of the character? And basically with that, I think it's a good start. So you're looking for a solo progressor. There's different ways that you can do it. There are characters that are definitely a little bit on the weaker side, but they have a lot of survivability, which might mean that you can actually do certain bosses earlier, but the boss fights will be longer. Because if you're a damage dealer, all the way up until you're an actual glass cannon, you could kill the bosses faster, but it might be harder to get to the point where you can kill them. Because if you just don't have the survivability, then you don't get to stay in the boss fight long enough to confirm that damage. So trying to find where for you personally that breaking point is, I think that's a good thing a good place to start. So I don't know if you have preference in terms of like more complicated characters, more simple characters, which ones you've already had some experience with maybe?
Okay, so I was a buck main.
Mm-hmm.
Level 244, 245, somewhere around there.
Mm-hmm.
The class is fairly simple to play. It has a lot of buttons in terms of buffs, but in terms of actual skill rotation, it seemed pretty like moderate.
Mm-hmm.
I enjoyed the class a lot. It was fun. I liked the play style. And then I actually love your idea of this tier list that you made, because I have fallen into the trap of going for what is considered the best class, blah 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 blah, and hyper burned Nightwalker and wound up absolutely despising the play style of it. So for me, I think the most important thing is I have to enjoy the play style.
Yep.
And I don't really care necessarily if there's a lot of buttons or not many buttons.
Okay.
So inputs needed, kind of hybrid would probably be the best for that. Mobbing, average or above average is pretty good for me. And then funding, low would probably be best because they count as fresh, but I'm not necessarily going to restrict myself based upon the funding. So I started hyperburning a Demon Slayer. I do not like it. I really don't like the playstyle. I don't like the fact that I can't attack while I'm flying through the sky.
Yeah, that's a downside. There was a bug for a while where you kind of could, where sometimes if you did gliding and you let go, it would keep gliding. So then as a Demon Avenger, you could just use your... Yeah, we played the helicopter song a lot, because you could just do the slice around you while you were gliding around, and you're basically just helicoptering through everything, but...
Helicopter!
Yeah, exactly, that one, with the money cover. So that was fun for like a little bit while that was a thing, but yeah, that was not intended. Yeah, because I was going to say, like, Demon Slayer is definitely a class that comes to mind in terms of having really solid fundamentals, but also insane late game and end game scaling. but it is a playstyle where I had one, and maybe I just didn't learn how to play it properly or something. But I just didn't connect with the character itself, and even as a boss mule, like I kind of just moved away from it. Yeah, maybe it just needs more. Maybe it just needed more nodes, because I do know it's quite node heavy in the sense that some of the skills get way longer durations if you just
Like
bigger
your
duration.
Demon Awakening or whatever it's called.
Yeah, that gets really high uptime once you
Yeah.
level it up, once you max it, and that could, of course, impact greatly how you're playing the class and where you're playing it, and there's just so many factors at play, right?
Yeah,
But
it's
yeah,
crazy.
what you're saying is right. Of course, like you have to kind of. I call it like falling in love with it. It's maybe a little bit over exaggerated, over romanticized, but yeah, there has to be something where you're like, I just like this character, and even if it is not the strongest, it's just my playstyle. Just it fits with what I want to do, and I don't really care if it's the fastest or the strongest or the slowest. Like I have that with Cannoneer, for example. It's just really, really versatile character. I know it's not the best at anything. It's probably not even considered a good class, but somehow it's just fun to play. Like you can throw all of your buffs together and then just have a decent burst. But you have a full burst every 90 seconds as one of the almost only classes in the game. Or you can just like stagger everything and alternate it, and then you just always have some kind of empowering skill when you're mobbing that helps you clear the entire map, and then you just cycle through those. But it's also kind of an unserious character because the guy's just constantly like screaming and he's just trying to blow everything up, and you're just like throwing grenades everywhere, and you got a bunch of monkeys that you summon that throw bombs everywhere. So like the whole vibe of the class is like not taking things too seriously and just kind of like you're not really aiming for anything, you're just like trying to blow everything up essentially. And some other classes are maybe have like a greater potential for damage, but if you're not playing them exactly how they need to be played, then you just lose all of that potential. And so like I usually see that as more like railroaded mechanics, and those are usually classes that I just don't like at all, because I feel like it's too constricting in terms of I don't get enough liberty on how I can play the character essentially.
Yes. Yep. I fully agree with everything you're saying. This is actually one of the things I love about this game is that it's incredibly nuanced. And within that nuance is like a vast ocean of decisions and choices. And being able to pick and choose what you want to do and how you want to do it, and it's just really, really cool to me. There's so much depth to the game that's not really perceivable to like someone who just starts the game. Like as you play it more and more, you realize just how much there is in depth to it. It's kind of like with me in vanilla World of Warcraft. Like at first it seems like there's not much to it, but there's actually so much nuance in the game. It's very cool. So I have played every
like
single
stylistic
class.
choice, right? Yeah, if you have 50 classes, or some games will have like 5 or 6 classes, but then within every class you'll have like 10 different builds that you could do. Yeah, or like subclasses. Yeah. So that's the decision, putting decision up front makes it easier once you've selected it, but it makes it harder to select. So pros and cons. Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, I actually think this tier list idea is kind of brilliant. It's allows people to just find the character that they want to play.
The idea for people who would want to play it even longer, to have more detailed compared to the classes for like the later stages in the game. But so it's basically like this. And the other thing that I was going to mention, like together with what you're trying to figure out, and if you want to see some playstyle that you really enjoy, is that there is the concept of the Legion, right? And link skills, which will make all your characters stronger. If you start building that up, eventually you'll make one of each of the characters as well, and you'll get to try them all out at least a little bit. And that's where a lot of people who just don't know quite where to start exactly, that's a good place to start, because at least then you're also building the foundations of your account, and you're hopefully running into the character that you then end up playing for longer. Or maybe not longer, maybe you play for a little bit, maybe some people use a Mega Burn, maybe use a Terra Burn, something like that, and then it's like, it's not exactly what I was looking for, and then you can shift. Of course, the problem, and it immediately starts getting into the FOMO with the Hyper Burn, is that it's an insane amount of value, and you want to make sure that you're putting it towards the right character. Otherwise, you get behind. That's like the big fear. The way I would look at it is it's a huge boost, which is two main things. One is it means that you are basically skipping the early game completely, which that might not be exactly what you were looking for if you like the game because of nostalgia, if you like the game because of getting to know the character and getting to play, getting to progress yourself slowly through the game. That might actually be against what you're looking for with a hyperburn, because you're immediately going to be 260. You're never going to have that feeling of, well, not immediately, but like really quickly, and you're not going to have that same feeling of like that struggling on CPR and stuff like that if you're looking for that experience through the new lens with a new character. Because if you just, if you're struggling with a boss and you go back 3 days later and you're 15 levels higher, you're just going to blow it up, and then there's all that, like, that feeling of that amount of progress that you're making is going to be very different. And the second thing is also the game is not like trying to give you a lot of free stuff. The game is trying to put you in a position where, and if you check !dailies, you can see that pretty clearly. So dailies is a command that I have where you can kind of see like what the value is of certain content, and when I would kind of like recommend just looking into it. You don't have to do it, but it gets more value around that time, right? Is where you can see that once you start getting the levels up, you just have access to more content, so that the game can show you like, oh, look at all these things you're missing out on if you're not doing it, right? If you're just starting the game, like, you have these pieces of content, but you can see here on the right side, like when the mid game starts past 260, you have access to basically all of this until here.
Yeah, they're trying to get you ready for like mid-game.
Yeah, so they're trying to not get you like, well, mid-game is not really like an official term, right? That's kind of like what I try to discern, like the stages of like where does your progression really take a different turn? Where do you focus on different things? Where does the content get harder? Where does the time... it's very subjective. So other people might completely disagree with these numbers and have like other benchmarks, different milestones in mind on where the game changes significantly. But you see like the amount of extra content that comes at you when you're just starting the game is immense. And for a lot of people, it can be, oh yeah, oh, they start, oh, there's hyperburn, it's insane, I could be high level super fast. But in their brain, it's like a 260. In a way, 260 still feels like that's that crazy high level that I could never get to when I started playing. But you really want to see 260 now kind of like as what 220 was back then, or 210 was back then. That's just like the new normal kind of thing. And the game is just trying to get you to the point where you have access to more content now, so now you can fill your entire day up with shit without, and then kind of like forget about like, what am I actually doing here? So maybe picking a good character, a strong, solid character for the first hyperburn, so you can kind of just like blow through the game, get the value from that hyperburn, but not necessarily have that as your main, not necessarily have that as the solo progression character that you're trying to specifically use. That's not like the end of the world. So if you do end up not really finding the character, and you get into like, the event already is progressing, and you're getting to like the second half of the event, for example, and you still haven't found a character, it can be okay to just pick someone that you don't absolutely hate, and that, has a pretty good ranking as far as a boss mule as well, so you can use that to at least have... having a high level character can be a good idea. So you can use that a lot to... even if you're doing solo progression, it's going to have a different value, but you can use it to already explore higher level content, already be able to practice certain bosses, already kind of feel... Because when you're bossing, it's two main things, right? It's knowing your character and it's knowing the boss. But if you already know the boss, you can get to the point where you can kill the boss a lot faster, because you only have to deal with your portion of understanding what your character needs to do. The very first time, you have to learn both at the same time, and that's where the chaos comes. And I think solo progressing is really good. A lot of the bosses early on might seem like total jokes, and if you come back a week later, they are. But understanding the underlying mechanics of some of the earlier bosses, and that's what I have here as well, is like, what is, is the bossing experience for the boss relevant at all? Because I think for some bosses, it's not relevant at all. It's just, you just kind of blow them up, or you just bind them and burst them. They have a mechanic that only they have and no other boss in the game has, so it doesn't really set you forward. But some of these have at least a few mechanics or multiple mechanics where understanding these and understanding how they work will just make it so that whenever you get to a boss that's slightly more difficult, you can already attach, and already subconsciously you'll be able to be a little bit ahead of people who haven't been doing the bosses, and you'll be able to learn faster and get past the frustrating early stage where you just feel like everything is killing you all the time and there's nothing you can do, you know? You kind of get through that stage a little bit faster, and you can start more specifically like prioritizing like what is the most dangerous thing at what moment, and what should you really be respecting, and what can you kind of, you know, ignore. So that's why I think there's actually a lot of value on more slowly progressing for your first character. Now that can be in a hyperburn, but then you just have to make sure that you're not like actively also grinding 6 hours a day and trying to, you know, like level as fast as possible, because you have a lot of time, right? You have until like the second half of August. So if you start now, you have 2 entire months where you can very easily get to 260 by the end, but also progress relatively slowly, quote unquote, right? Because if you don't, you know, kill any regular monsters or you don't throw any EXP at it, you're not going to level. So you can kind of make a jump if you want to follow this to be like, okay, I want to do this kind of content. I'm going to do these things. Maybe it's too hard, you know, you want to get a few extra levels, and you can slowly work your way up. But yeah, there will be that pressure, and, you know, we immediately want to make sure that whenever we see some pressure and we see some FOMO, that we identify it early on. That might lead you to like, oh, you need to pick a character, you know, like in the next few weeks, otherwise you're not going to get your 260, and then you're missing out on all of these things, right? You want to make sure that doesn't influence your decision too much, and it's really just I'm trying to find the character that, you know, you just connect with in some way, you know, that you want to log into. Like, I have that with Demon Avenger, where for the longest time, Demon Avenger was just getting shafted. We were like, for 3 years, we were not really getting a 5th job. It was horrendous. The skills that we did have had like negative interaction with each other. They would just get you killed everywhere. It just didn't make sense to keep playing the character. And I was like, I still like it, you know. I did decide to go for an arcane weapon, which back then was a huge decision, because you had to find all the droplets. You had to farm for the droplets in the maps, you know. You couldn't get them anywhere else. And it did.
That's one thing I don't like about professions in GMS versus KMS. I like the idea of having to farm your stuff. Anyway, continue. And yeah, so I had to make a conscious decision, like, do I stand with this character more? Do I abandon it in favor of another character? But also back then, you know, you didn't make as much money for bossing, and like bossing, I did do bossing on multiple characters, but there wasn't very much that meta. But now it's always like, you know, if there's value, if there is some kind of burn, you can always try a character, and if you don't like it, you know, maybe with a little bit of funding, a little bit of shifting around, if you don't like training on it, maybe the bossing on it is okay, and then it could just make money for your account. And then once you get more characters that you enjoy more, you could just completely drop it. It just gives more options to possible events and to value in your account, I guess. Yes. Okay, that makes perfect sense to me. I am purely, solely, singularly focused on. I want a character that I enjoy and I want to log into and play. So for me, tier lists are 100% irrelevant. It's a matter of that personal connection, like you're saying. Yeah.
It can narrow it down, though, right? Like, if you know for sure, like, if you want to do pure solo progress, you're probably not going to pick a pure support, probably, because you will lose out on a lot of potential. Again, if you like the character, you probably still should, but there's just a bunch of capacity of the class that you're never really going to tap into, and you're going to be playing the game on just a harder difficulty, which, again, as long as you're okay with that, that's fine. But for some people, that'll get you to the point where earlier on, the distance between upgrades and between content is going to be even harder, and you're going to have to overcome that with more time.
Yes. So I'm looking at this as just a long-term side project. And I just want to have fun with it. So, speaking about having fun, I have been enjoying Angelic Buster. It's been a pretty fun class to play. I like that I can attack while moving. It's nice. Yeah, and it's not too complicated. There's not a lot of buttons. Not a lot of buffs. Yeah, it seems like a fun class. So that's kind of what I'm I guess maybe not even temporarily. We'll see how it goes. But what, as of right now, I'm considering my main, which is why made the gallery of the Angelic Buster and not the Demon Slayer.
Gotcha. Yeah.
Yeah.
And do you have any? Did you have any plans with the Demon Slayer to, like, are you just gonna leave it where it is, or did you think maybe you'll delete it and replace it with something, or because that's possible, right? When you have a hyper burn.
Mm-hmm. So I was thinking that I do have some friends that play on this server. I was thinking maybe I can make the Demon Slayer one of my characters that's not part of my solo progression.
Mm-hmm.
And have it so, because this is, at the end of the day, this is an MMO, you know, it's a social game. So
Wait, what?
I don't want to
You have to remind some people of that. Yeah.
Yeah. So
I call it an MSO. It's a mass single player online role playing game is usually what I call it, but yeah.
yeah, so it would be cool, like, to part, like, I'm not against playing with people, man. I have fun playing with my friends in video games. So
Mm-hmm.
I was thinking maybe I don't enjoy the Demon Slayer that much, but I enjoyed enough where I made it my hyper burn. Maybe I'll just have it like as a side piece for party play.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I'm thinking about with the Demon Slayer. I'm not thinking about that for any of the other classes, just that one in particular. So
Okay.
that's kind of the idea. That's kind of what I've been playing with in my mind about the Demon Slayer. Because solo progression is really fun. I enjoy it and I gain a lot from it. But also at the same time, I don't want to be entirely antisocial. It'd be cool to have some characters on my account, you know, that can hop on and play with my friends, you know, have some fun.
Mm-hmm.
So that's kind of the idea behind it. I'm never really all in an idea. I prefer modular approaches to life. So that's kind of like the ethos that I bring to the game, is this modular approach.
Mm-hmm.
So that's kind of what that's what I'm thinking about with the Demon Slayer. So, but the Angelic Buster, I would like this to be part of my fully solo progression, part of my account, and
Mm-hmm.
I'm enjoying it so far.
Yeah,
It's-
I heard a lot of good things about the rework. There were some things that were kind of jank about it before, and they really cleaned those things up. And a lot of people that, you know, because of the event and because of the extra rewards, you get up to 220 pretty quickly. For a lot of people who have a pretty new account, that at least as like a boss mule, it presents itself very quickly as well. It's very solid. It's got a good base stat. It's got, I think, a little bit lower on the crit rate, but they've, you know, once you have a little bit of Legion and everything, it's decently easy to get it up to the 100%. And then, you know, as it's pretty solid, like pretty early, immediately. Like there's no real mystery around what the character does or how it works. It's not brain dead, but it's also not complicated. So a lot of people can get the potential from the character very quickly. So for boss mule and for like a free 220, for a lot of people that said like you should just give it a try because it's actually pretty strong and kind of fun. Like, or at least not annoying. And that's sometimes what you're looking for. Like when you're thinking about more in terms of like building bossing mules, I like to think about the balance a little bit. I like to have a few completely brain dead characters, a few a little bit more demanding characters, so that overall, if I can feel like, oh, I want to play something, you know, I want to actually play right now, then I could take one of the little bit more complicated ones. But if I'm like, I just want to make money, I don't need any feedback right now, I don't need any pressure, I'm just gonna pick like a brain dead character and just like roll my face on my keyboard and get my money and get out. So I think it's good to build like a healthy balance there, and not every single character has to be your favorite, but as long as overall you're happy with that balance. And I recently reassessed as well, where I had all my bossing mules. I was like, there's just two characters here that they're decently funded, they are decently fun, but I just find myself just not gravitating towards them, and I always leave them for the absolute last, because I'm like not in love with them anymore, or whatever it is. So I decided to phase those out and just replace them with something else. And because my funding process is pretty slow and pretty organic, it also doesn't feel bad to kind of like leave a character behind, because it's not like I dump my entire livelihood for months into this character to get it where it is, and then I find out I don't really like it, because then that would be really shitty. Because, you know, especially with a bossing mule, if the purpose of the character is to bring back money, and then it doesn't do that, then it's just a net negative, and it's a horrible decision, right?
And then
But
you'll
if
end up resenting playing it to get the money, and then It's
Yeah, you feel forced
yeah.
to log into it at least until you make your money back or something. So
Hmm.
because I like to not keep track of exactly how much I've spent on everything, it's also easier to just let that go. So that level of kind of letting things just be more organic and fluid, I think can be a good thing to not desperately cling on to things just because of the investment, because of like what is it, sunk cost, right? Because it could be fallacious sunk cost, and
Hmm.
then yeah, you don't want to hang on for emotional reasons or something.
Exactly.
So
Yep.
today, B's feeling good.
Hmm. Yeah,
That's
I
good.
would say
Okay.
so. It's
Mm-hmm.
I've been having fun with it.
Nice. I like to
Did a
hear
little
that.
bit of grinding on it. Um, it feels good. It's just yeah, it's just fun to play.
Okay.
Yeah.
Getting some notes. Yeah, because
So
you
that's
mentioned
something I really need to go through.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, because it's two things, right? It's one thing is you don't want to be like overly min-maxy, tick all the boxes, and watch guides for every single thing and have basically just reproduce what other people have already figured out. You don't want to do
Hmm.
that, but on the other hand, you also don't want to just go in completely blind, have no idea what the fuck you're doing, and maybe miss out on 90% of your damage that you could be getting if you just flipped a few things around. With
Yes.
that you could very easily get to. So my goal is always just give like genuine or general, I should say, direction of like this is what you can use as benchmarks to kind of know that you're on the right path. And as long as you're within that, you just do your thing. I'm not trying to say like here's the Bible and follow all of these commandments kind of thing. It's just like, hey, if you're like right with this command is like, hey, if you're on this level, give this boss a try. If it's not for you at all, feel like you're nowhere close, come back, in 5 levels or something. But if you,
Yeah.
but if you are feeling like, oh, okay, with some more practice, I could actually get better at this, and you're at that sweet spot, then that's kind of the goal for this. Past a certain point, it gets a lot closer. So if you're to take it back to solo progression, technically you can go through probably all the way until boy, technically probably until it gets a little tricky because there are things that have been soloed, but they have been soloed with equips that people got from partying for a long time. So
Hmm.
you can't realistically say, but probably up until I want to say this point, like
Okay.
soloing is probably doable.
Okay. So my goal behind the whole solo progression thing is Black Mage.
Yeah.
That was the big baddie when I was a kid in the game, and I
Mm-hmm.
always wanted to kill it. So
Yeah.
that's kind of my goal. My goal is I would
Mm-hmm.
like to solo to that to that former white mage, and I want to kill it.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I want to do. So that's kind
Yeah.
of like the goal
Yeah.
behind the solo progression.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, a bit ago there was a guy who did it with Blaster. He did full solo, so he only partied for content you absolutely have to, that you just cannot do solo. And I
Hmm.
think he also did it like without G skills and without being in a guild and any of that on a
Hmm.
Blaster. And he did all the way solo and got like his first Black Mage clear and all of that, like without. Because some people do like their first Black Mage clear solo, but then they do it after they're already liberated, so after they've already ran the boss for 8 months and got the weapon
Yeah.
from it that gives you an insane amount of damage. But there's nothing wrong with that, but I feel like it does take the shine away a little bit. There was someone in, this is like years ago, but there was someone in chat who was like, I killed my first C-Val, and I'm like, congrats. And they're like, yeah, finally now that I reached 240 and I have full Absolab, I finally was able to kill it. And I'm like, well, that takes a little bit of the wind out of the sail. I feel like, I mean,
Yeah.
it's still an achievement for that person, but I
Hmm.
mean, really, all you did was like press the burst skills in the right order. Which, again, I don't want to
Yeah.
diminish anyone's achievement, but there's certain levels to that. Yeah, so
Of
this would be
course.
like the general order in which you see things. And in which you can access things, and also in which it's realistic because of level differences, because of stats required, like in here, like you have the content level differences, you have the arcane and sacred power that you might need. That just takes a while because those are a little bit time gated, and also because the equip progression also flows from this. Because a lot of times people ask for like specific equip progression, and I know that's like a big gap in my commands, but I have that there for a reason. people have tried to make equip progression in the past. Sam, who's now no longer making content, Codenox, spent I think the better part of 3 months, I think, making like a giant equip progression guide video. And like the day after he uploaded it, something already changed, and he already started making amendments because this game just changes too much, too quickly, and there's not enough blatantly, there's not enough money in it for the amount of time it would take to make in-depth stuff like that. The community just isn't big enough for you that to be time worthy, and then having to switch it. Plus, I think it makes the whole game too restrictive to people. So I like to give more general goals in terms of these are kind of benchmarks that you want to hit, and then however exactly you hit them within all of the stuff you have access to, that's like your thing, right? So correct. And that's like connected to the other grid as well. That's connected to the dailies command as well, like where the early game comes from. That's like interconnected to here. So on the bottom I have like basically a very, very summarized version of this, of like which content comes online, what's like the next big goal, what are your main things that you're working towards in the next stage of the game, kind of thing. And then up here you have all of the metrics that determine your damage, because we used to have damage range, we now have combat power, we used to go by stat, your level is a pretty big determiner. Like all of these are important, but none of them by themselves are the whole picture. Sadly, I wish there was just one number, one gear score or whatever that you could just point towards and be like, if you have this, then you can do this content. In Korea, they have been working on it a little bit with, I think it's called a Scouter, where you could put a bunch of the metrics in that you have, and it'll tell you roughly like this boss you should be able to solo, this boss probably not, this boss if you do a party of 4 you could probably clear it, this one you need a party of 6, this one not in your lifetime bucko. Like it has, based on like metrics of the HP and classes and how much they can confirm damage and everything based on inputs from players, they have somewhat of a goal for that. For some people that's really cool. For other people that's maybe too hand-holdy and they don't want that type of information, but it's out there, it exists. I think it's called the Maple Scouter, something like that. You could probably find that. I don't have a direct link to that.
I'll look it up.
But yeah, so you see here, like, there's huge jumps, like, it goes from 25k stat, to 48, like, okay, that's a whole bunch of progression. But if you're also following the dailies here, you're following the bosses, and you've probably seen, like, in-game, if you look at the bosses, you can pretty clearly see, like, which boss follows which boss, and then what kind of stuff they drop, and you can kind of see where the equips come from. You can already see, like, some equips, like, those are probably not necessary for you at all. Some of those maybe drop a little bit too late and are longer relevant. And then some of these are items that could actually have great potential. As you probably know from MapleStory, a lot of times the base stats of the item are probably one of the most insignificant things in the world. Because it all depends on how far can you upgrade it and what are the synergies with other pieces, right? That's what determines whether a piece is good, whether... the terms like best in slot, a lot of video games probably use these terms slightly differently. Best in slot would literally mean from all of the items that could fit that one slot in your inventory, this is the best one. MapleStory doesn't really have that because it always is determined by how far you can upgrade it realistically in your situation and the synergy with all the other pieces that's possible. The only item right now that you would consider best in slot is like the liberated weapon from the Black Mage Genesis weapon. Like that is just because of how long it takes and because of how upgraded it becomes, and you cannot upgrade it further, so that kind of takes that part out of the equation. But other than that, there's just so much stuff that, depending on your character, depending on how far you are, depending on how much you will play, that could shift around. Not everything is here, but that's why it's supplemented with the stuff that isn't in there, but everything is in here, basically.
Okay, so in terms of bossing on my previous account, I cleared a hard magnus on my buck, but I was never able to clear Seavel. And that wasn't due to damage, that was more just bad hands. Since then, I've gone, I had almost killed him many times. I just never cleared it out solo. So that's kind of like my first goal with this fresh account is to kill Chaos Vellum.
Yeah, I think it's good to
Um,
set like short-term goals so you can just,
yes.
you know, have your victories and keep going and have a general like so your long-term goal would just be like Black Mage so you can kind of see where you would roughly want to be for there. The requirements, quote unquote, for Black Mage to when people start looking for a party are of course going to be a lot lower for you if your goal is to solo it. So because you're going to have to do 6 people's worth of damage by yourself,
Oh
right?
yeah.
But this
Oh
is
yeah.
also going to be months away from now, so there will be other stuff in the game. One big change for that, for example, is a lot of damage comes from guild skills. And right now, what... what's going on in chat? Are we okay? One thing that happened now in Korea is that you can buy your cooldown from the G skills back so that they don't stay... if you have the meso, they come back. Yeah. So in a longer boss fight like the Black Mage, you have an hour timer. So you could technically, if you stay alive, you can stay in there for an entire hour. But you'd have to strategically think about like when do I use my guild skills? If you use them in the beginning to get out of P1 faster, because P1 is pretty tricky, especially if you're in there longer. It's one of the phases that you kind of want to nuke out of and get out of as soon as possible. But the hardest phase where you need the most damage is going to be part 3. And part 2 is basically going to soak up a lot of your guild skill time if you do it, this way. And then you won't have your G skills for all of P3, and then you'll be in P3 unnecessarily long, and that's the one where the most situations can happen where you can die, and then you can die out of the run. But with the new thing, you could, go in half an hour is over, you could just buy them back and then just refresh them during the run and then just keep them up the entire run, right? Make it sure that if the run is longer than a half hour, which will probably be if it's on your first clear. If it's not, you're going to do it super late, right? And then you're kind of running into the full Abzo C-Val first clear kind of scenario. Yeah, so things like that will make it more realistic in the future, and we're only moving closer to that. So,
Okay.
yeah, that's the thing to,
That's good to hear.
keep in mind. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So, yeah.
You want to get into the specific questions that you had, so we can make sure that we get through
Yeah,
those
sure.
topics.
Let's start working through the topics.
Yep, that's good.
Yeah.
Okay, so the first one we spent quite some time on. Do you check use auto pot on skill damage in the settings menu?
No, that's a really random question, but I'm just curious.
So you mean like the auto pot,
It
like
says
where
pot
you
auto
set
potion
them?
on skill damage under game in the alert.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, right there. Like, do you keep that checked? Like, does the pet auto potion when you do damage or when you get hit by damage?
What
Or
is this
does
one
it?
again?
Yeah, or is it better to keep it off so that it always ticks if you hit a certain HP threshold? Like, I'm curious about that in particular.
Fuck, I thought this had to do with the fact that
It doesn't say anything if you hover over it. There's no.
Yeah, no.
Yeah.
Maybe someone in chat knows. I thought it had to do with the fact that because sometimes you get hit by something, it puts you over the threshold, but the thing that hits you also blocks your healing. And then what might happen is that you're technically under the threshold, but you couldn't heal at the moment that you got hit. And then when the auto healing goes away, there's no extra check to see if you need to heal again. That only happens the next time you get hit.
Which could kill you.
Yeah, but then the next hit could kill you, which you were trying to prevent with the auto heal in the first place.
Mm-hmm.
I thought it had to do with that, but the problem is some of these stuff are translated from Korea kind of poorly, and then this almost would look like the opposite, where you would... it doesn't look like an option of only healing on skill damage, but just to include it. But wouldn't that already logically be included? This feels like a thing that they added more recently, and I don't know if I know exactly what this does, to be perfectly honest with you.
Yeah, I've never heard anybody talk about it or mention it or anything, and I was just like,
Honestly,
this
it might be new
seems
from this
kind
patch.
kind of important.
No, you're right.
Yeah,
I have it ticked.
mine is ticked as well. The way I noticed it was when you first set up Autopot, it brings you to this menu.
Yeah.
It asks you to select that or not.
Yeah, because you could have different amounts of HP in the potions, and then you want to make sure you set the alarm appropriate to the type of potion that you're using. Of course, functionally everyone's just going to be throwing power elixirs in there or their G's in there.
Mm-hmm. Ooh, Draxer's got something.
Open equips. Pet tab.
So, does it say potion settings? It doesn't say anything.
When a hit from an enemy, equipment swap, or use of certain skills triggers HP or MP warning, the potion will be consumed automatically. Yeah, I think that might have to do with whether or not your... Because decent skills, they cost HP and MP. I think this might have to do with the fact that it's not only incoming damage that triggers your heal, but also self-inflicted damage that triggers your heal.
Okay.
Because
Okay.
if you're playing on like the highest levels, you might want to turn your decent skills like into manual and take them off auto buff again, so that they don't accidentally stack together at the same time. Suddenly take 20% of your HP away, and then put you in kill potential of a skill, basically.
Okay.
So I think Richard is right. I think it has to do with like self-inflicted damage versus incoming damage from external targets. Yeah. That's how I understand it now.
Yeah, that makes sense to me then. Okay.
You said nothing? No. But I think that's no. I'm still gonna blame it all on you if it's wrong, Richard. Don't worry. No, if someone else has a different understanding of it, let me know. When do you create drop in meso gear? So there are different situations depending on where your account is at. Meso gear is super important just to get your money up, right? And then drop rate gear, close to it, a little bit less important early on, because if you don't have the money, you can have all the backups and all the items and all the drops in the world, but then you won't be able to afford upgrading them. So meso is a little bit more important early on. You focus on that a bit heavier. And then once you get your entire account money up, so that's either grinding a lot, training a lot, or bossing a lot and having boss mules, then the shift in importance goes a little bit away from the meso and goes towards the drop rate. Now, for your main character that you're playing the most, it's not an or, it's more of an and kind of thing. When you're opening like boxes for bosses, you're going to specifically be working on drop rate alone, because it doesn't drop any mesos. But if you're training, you're always going to look for a set of as much drop and meso combined, so that you can keep all the possible meso gains and also get all the drop gains, especially if you're in an area where important stuff drops. So could be familiars, could be fragments, could be droplets, could be node stones, right? All of those things are valuable. But then as your account reaches that point, every other character that you might train on for a significant amount of time, or you can get to a point where the drops for those characters will matter. So you can consider, if it's a character, for example, like where I'm in the game, I'm making characters for Hard Lotus to just kill Hard Lotus more, because I want the drop of the Damaged Black Heart. Damaged Black Heart is part of the pitch set, but is the only one that is temporary. So you can make a pitch drop out of it, but only for 20 days at a time. And it's a very rare drop, so you need a lot of clears, and because, we don't have trade, you have to get them all in your account, so you need to make sure your entire account can, like, sustain getting a lot of that drop. So when I'm thinking of, okay, not only do I want more characters to run it, I also want to increase the quality, so the quantity I want to increase, but I also want to increase the quality of the drop by getting more drop rate per clear, so that basically every single week, instead of one character clearing the boss one time and getting 1 unit of chance of drop, I make sure that every character, instead of 1 unit, has like 3 units of drop because of all the bonus. Plus I run it on 7 characters, so now I can, kind of get 21 weeks worth of chance of getting the drop every single week. So I can more realistically, over the grand scheme of things, actually upkeep the uptime of this drop and keep my character strong. So then drop rate becomes very valuable. Or if you're going to play for a long amount of time and you're going to be training in areas where familiars drop, for example, and the value of familiars, we'll get into that, is very high. That is something where drop rate becomes more valuable. Where exactly you do it and how you go all about it, I did make a command about that named drop rate. So it talks about stacking, like which sources of drop rate stack together. What is the difference between meso drop rate, item drop rate, meso obtain? Those are all different stats that work differently. So it's important to know the difference between these. You know, are sources additive or multiplicative? That kind of thing. Familiars and the lines of drop rate and meso and all that, what they mean exactly and how they interact. Coupons, other sources, that kind of stuff. And then basically the goals as well per stage of the game to kind of know like what kind of drop rate and meso set are you kind of looking for at different stages. So, you know, looking for that meso, right? Trying to max out that meso because it only stacks up to 100% from equips. So trying to max that out and then just trying to get as much drop rate as possible. The chance of getting a bag, right? Because a bag of meso isn't 100% chance. So you need meso obtain and meso drop rate to work together to increase your income. Other things you can do for drop rate, and then basically what it transitions into in terms of possibilities, getting a little bit more stat out of the set, moving into a set with more drop rate specifically, and then once you start, you know, adding characters, what kind of stats become important, and then also simulation of like which amounts of drop rate are like the highest you could possibly get to. I see the Beast Tamer buff is still here, for example. I probably need to update this because that buff is gone. Does Lin add...
Beast Tamer.
Yeah, I think Lin adds 10%? Ooh, but I could be mistaken. I think it's a 10% buff from Lin.
Okay.
But it's
Not
not called
sure.
Sticky Paws. Yeah.
So...
And then a more
I think-
realistic one, yeah.
So what, what equips can you even roll these lines on?
Yeah, so there's 9 pieces. I don't know if I have that mentioned here specifically. But it's the accessories that can get these lines. And it's 9 pieces. So it's essentially the rings.
I'm writing this info down, so I have
Yeah.
it in my...
The rings, the pendants, the eye, the face, and the earring. So it's kind of like they're all connected in the equip window as well, all next to each other.
So rings, pendants, eye, face, earrings?
Yeah. So that's what we call... If anyone's talking about like accessories, then they're talking specifically about those 9 pieces. Exactly.
Okay, and these I can roll meso drop, meso obtain, item drop on?
Meso
is it just
obtain
meso
and
drop?
item drop. Meso obtain and item drop. Yeah.
Meso obtain and item drop. Roll items. Okay.
Meso obtain is like a multiplier of the money. Obtain
That's
is always
per
a...
box?
Yeah.
Like per bag?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then drop is always a chance of it happening. So it's a quantity versus quality thing, basically. Like
Yes.
obtained is the quality, and the drop rate, drop rate is always the quantity. Like how many do you see? Yeah.
So can you get multiple bags drop per monster, essentially?
It's not important in the current meta, except if you're looking into auto steal. But there was a time, I don't know if you played during like what was it called? Oh my god, my brain. There was an area where like all the Konos would farm.
Played 08 to 12 and then
station?
22 to 24, I guess.
Wait, what? Oh, when you played, yeah. No,
Yeah,
there was an area that was like meta for a while where we would train, and there was also, I think back then there was no penalty. So if you were a lot of levels above the area where you were training, there was no meso penalty. So very high level characters could just go there and make full money. That's changed now. And then there are no areas right now where it's that makes sense. I think there are still areas that could drop multiple bags of money theoretically, but the amounts just don't measure up to what you could be making if you're just killing monsters near your level instead.
Okay, makes sense.
But they could, yeah. Some characters can, yeah. Or some monsters could, yeah. Autosteal is a separate thing where autosteal basically, as far as I understand it, autosteal, because it's a little it's a little opaque in how that system works. But essentially what autosteal tries to do is take the drop off a monster before it actually dies. But as far as I understand it, it cannot take a drop off a monster that wouldn't already drop once you did kill it. So you just get a little bit earlier.
Okay.
So then you're already thinking like, well, if it's a regular monster, what does it matter? Because, you know, whether I get to drop like a second earlier, it doesn't really matter. The thing is that with meso, you could take a portion of the meso that the monster was going to drop away from it, and then when it dies, you still get the full meso. So Autosteel can actually, on top of the meso obtain, on top of the drop rate and everything, and on top of all the coupons and all the multipliers, still make even more money per hour.
Yeah.
And people have also theorized that it could also give you more fragments, like in 6 job, although haven't seen compelling evidence for that.
Okay. Okay. So then, I guess next up on the list would be... So, actually, before we go to the next item, so I need meso drop gear as soon as possible, pretty much.
Yeah, usually I tell people like once
grinding-
you're like 220, 225, you can get a good feeling of whether you like the character or not, whether you're going to continue with it. And I feel like as soon as you have that feeling of like, yeah, I enjoy this character, I'm going to play it for longer, at least like until 250, then I would immediately start investing into it. Yeah.
Okay, so do those lines roll unique and higher?
Only legendary. Yeah.
Oh, only legendary. Okay.
Yeah. So usually it's probably emblem, and then if it's a secondary used for a longer time, emblem and secondary are probably the first items you get to legendary, just because they're the foundation of damage in both mobbing and bossing. And then right after that, you usually go into the accessories to try to get the drop and the meso set. Yeah.
Okay, so that's gonna be my first short-term goal in terms of my gear. Is I'm gonna have to build my meso and drop gear. Okay, because I was starting to
build
grind
it,
and then
the sooner you
Buster.
earn the sooner you earn it back, right? But you want to make sure you want to train a little bit, make sure that you will like training on it for long term, right? So you can't go for too early, because then again you get the thing with the bossing mule where you're like locked in and now you have to do it to make your money back, and you want to avoid that.
Correct. So I've probably grinded about 10-12 hours so far on the Angelic Buster, and I enjoyed it. It was fun. Like, I had fun playing it, so that's why I want to proceed with it. And this gear is gonna help me, because in my mind I was like, well, I'm grinding right now, but I don't have meso gear. So is the time that I'm putting into grinding less efficient because I don't have the meso gear than it would be just to do my daily bosses right now? So it seems like I'm gonna have to do daily boss grind to get enough meso plus Maple Tour to get enough meso to build the meso and drop gear to where it feels as if the time that I'm spending grinding is valuable. Because I felt like it wasn't valuable.
That's what I'm talking about in the beginning.
17 mil an hour or something.
Yeah, exactly. It's one thing to know that what you're doing is fun, but it's another thing to know that you're doing what is fun to you, but if you switch a few things, you could also be getting 3 times the same amount in the same amount of time. And it'll feel like that'll only be fun up to a certain level where you can be okay with that, right?
Okay. Cool. I'm ready to move on to the next topic then.
Okay. So we had what gears used? Gears necessary to create drop meso gear. Yeah. So it's 120 plus gear, so it's pretty much all of those accessories that you see. Usually we use the boss accessory pieces. So early on, it makes pretty much sense to just roll a little bit of stat on it. Maybe get 3% stat, or get it to epic at 6% stat. That's what the mystical cubes are for, right? Those are very cheap to reroll in those lower tiers. And then I like to jump, right? Try to get the emblem, I get the secondary, get good base stats on there, get some attack percent, maybe some IED percent on the emblem, maybe a boss line on the secondary. Try to get 2 useful lines on the emblem and the secondary. And then after that, go right into the drop in the meso gear. And then basically jumping from epic right up to legendary, so that you don't kind of get stuck in between. What some people do is they'll get to like unique and roll a bunch of stat, and then they don't want to roll out of that into legendary, into drop or meso, because now you lose damage. So the sooner you do that, the lesser you feel like you get kind of like locked into needing that damage from those accessories, and you can focus on getting the accessories from other places, right?
Yeah.
And getting them from like building your matrix, getting them from building your arcane power, getting them from your secondary and your emblem, all of those things that just add together way more damage than the lines of potential on your on your accessories ever could, so you don't get tempted into kind of like locking away. Now, what could happen is in the pursuit of drop or meso gear, you could end up rolling a really good stat line. That usually just means that you keep that, and then you try to just get another piece and then get that one to drop in meso, and you kind of get lucky unlucky kind of thing where you have a damage piece just a little bit earlier, and maybe the lines aren't perfect, and maybe eventually it re-rolls later down the line, right? Because that's the one thing that you're always thinking about is how long am I going to keep this piece? How big is this upgrade for my account right now? And what is potentially, down the line, what could this piece become later on? Can this piece serve me in some other way? Of course, that's really hard to tell if you're just starting out. You don't know what all these stages are, but it's generally a good idea to just, if you've invested at least some money into a piece, be it Star Force, be it giving it potential, anything like that, being it working on a flame, just hold on to that, because in case there is something you to do later, you want to avoid, having be like, oh fuck, I should have just held on to that one thing, and rather just get rid of the things that for sure you can't really use, right? You said you understand how transfer hammer and all that works. Some pieces can be good to keep for transfer hammering and for star forcing.
I've actually never done it. I have no idea how the transfer hammer works.
Oh, you said just star forcing in general, yeah. Transfer hammering is basically where you take a lower level item that is more common and you take more risk there in terms of like blowing it up. But because you have more pieces, you could take that risk there. And then once you've gotten past the risky phase, then you transfer the gains onto an existing piece for the cost of 1 star. So that you can get to a star that you then don't have to risk on your rarer piece that you want to use.
What transfers? Is it the base stats and flames, or is it the potentials?
So the flame, if you're talking specifically about transfer hammer, the flame does not transfer. So you can already flame, the target item that you want to upgrade ahead of time. It won't get overwritten. And also, you don't have to flame the piece that you are planning to upgrade to transfer, because that won't get taken over anyway. It does the Star Force, but -1. So you want to think about
21
where it gets.
star goes to 20.
Yeah, exactly. So people would want to transfer at 21, for example, not at like 20, because then it goes down to 19. And now, what do you do at 19? If you're trying to get to 21, there's like, okay, you could get you could get 22 and get transferred down to 21, then you're done. But that means you need to get to 22, and then you need to get a lot of pieces for the first one, right?
Yeah.
Or, if you have a lot of the final item, then maybe you just go straight up on the final item and you get that one straight to 21. That would be more risky, but it'd be way cheaper because you only have to get to 21. The middle ground is getting the early piece to 21, transfer it, goes down to 20, and then tap it from 20 to 21 again. That way, it's always easier to get 2 items, or to get from 20 to 21 twice than to get from 20 to 22 once. That second one is always harder, just more expensive. So that's kind of like the middle ground that we take. But different equips might have different situations where you make the other decision. But that usually is just directly connected to how many backups do we have and how risky is it. Your risk assessment will be different every time if you have 1 backup, or if you have 5, or if you have 20.
Okay. I am a swing trader, so doing a risk assessment is pretty much my job. Yeah. Okay, so I guess some important questions to ask are, for transfer hammer specifically, if, let's say, this is completely theoretical, you have a level 100 item, and does it need to be can you transfer from a level 100 item to a level 160 item? Or does it have to go from level 100 to 110, then 120, then 130? Like, how does that transition work? Second, in terms of risk assessment, is it cheaper to Star Force lower level gear than it is the higher level version? So then it makes sense to transfer hammer stars to higher level equips. Does that make sense?
Yeah, so the restriction is it has to be the same type of item, and it has to be within 20 levels up until 110, and then past 110 it has to be within 10 levels. So, for example, you couldn't get like 22 Absolab and then just transfer it into 21 Arcane and then just be like, okay, I'm done, because that's 40 level gap. So you would have to just. That's why those level gaps exist. Arcane, you have to make as Arcane. There's no way around it. But because we have level 150 accessories, for example, that Korea doesn't have with the superior Golic stuff, we can transfer hammer a superior pendant into a source of suffering, into the pitched pendant, which is an extra way that we have of much lower risk getting to high star force source of suffering that Korea doesn't have. So that's a huge benefit that we have.
Okay.
To the second thing you said, yes, it is cheaper to star force a lower level item always, but because of the extra star you need to get, it still is always more expensive to get to the final result than straight up on the item, because it costs you that one extra star and because of the odds of getting that extra star. So it's purely an assessment in terms of, is this realistic? Is this a risk that you're realistically willing to take or not? So what some people might do is like, because Pencilier is like the highest level stuff that's very common, right? Level 140 stuff. So if you're trying to get to CRA, high star for CRA, very quickly on a new account that can maybe only have 1 or 2 pieces, what some people might do is they might gather a lot of Pencilier and then get that to high star force, transfer it into the CRA and get high star force CRA that way. Because CRA you keep for a long time, right? The top, the bottom, and the hat. So getting that to high star force very early locks you in for a long ass time. But what some people might also do is, for example, save level 140 stuff. There could be some level 140 stuff that you're just saving because the 150 stuff is pretty rare that you want to transfer into 160. But you want to do like a double jump. Again, more expensive, but you're bypassing a lot of risk. But then as you play the game and as you're waiting for an event and as you're getting backups, it actually turns out that for your risk assessment, you're actually getting enough 150 pieces at this point, and you can just start with the 150s. You don't have to do the extra jump from the 140s, and then you can just get rid of the 140s past that point. But
entirely,
yeah, sometimes you just hold them for a while until the odds like reveal themselves based on your luck, right? Because for some pieces you might get lucky and you don't have to do those double jumps. You can have plenty of backups. Sometimes you don't even have to safeguard. This goes into like the calculators, and you can look at the expected cost and booms and everything. But if you have a lot of backups, safeguarding is typically not advised, because you're basically paying for the luck with the extra backups. You're getting value from the extra backups and giving you a guarantee of getting to the final result. And if you have lower backups, safeguarding has more value, because then you're taking at least some of the odds away of prematurely having your item blow up, essentially.
Okay, so does transfer hammer does not move flames, does it move potentials?
So it moves potential, but only it moves the type of line that it is, but the quality of line only up into epic.
Okay, so if you have like a the higher level gear has no potential on it, and you have a epic lower level gear, you transfer hammer, then the final result will have epic potential, but the lines will be different.
The lines will be the same, but they will be reduced to their highest possible epic equivalent. So, and you can see this. So if you open up the UI for transfer hammer, you could just put in some items, and you can just kind of see what the result would be. So I have a 22-star Superior Golic's earring here with legendary potential and with a good flame. I have a piece here that's, 10 levels lower, right? 150, 140. This one has 17 stars and has meso and drop and 9% dex and has a flame onto it. So what is the result going to be? This one is 17, this one is 22. The result is going to be 16. It's just going to be the source minus 1. It doesn't matter what this one has. This one can have 25, this one can have 0. It's always going to be 16.
And because meso and item obtain are not possible on epic, you get random lines for that, for the resulting gear. Yeah. So if you transfer so for example, if you had like a prime line, the prime line would be reduced to a 6% line.
Yeah,
but it would maintain the legendary potential.
But this is not a prime line, right? The 9% dex, that's a normal line. But if it were a prime line, it would be 6% dex. So it does go down only to 6% dex. So if this one had like, if this one had 12 dex, 9 dex, 9 dex, this one would come out as 666. Because that's the highest possible line. That's the closest to what it could be. That is possible on the item. But you see the flame. This is the flame that stays, right? You see the 36 and the 4. This flame is just completely gone. This one is moot. This is also a good example because you can see the random options because these, like you said, these potentials don't exist in this tier, so it gives you something random.
So the flames are different. Yeah.
Yes, you can already tell that for some items this is not really going to be helpful. This is not really going to make sense. But for some other items, so specifically, we use this right now. You can, if you're solo progressing, you can use this for Absolab. So there's a bunch of level 150 gear you can very easily get to. Maybe you could check my VOD for yesterday on my cane when I'm upgrading on my cane. But there's basically very easy gear, and the cool thing about this gear is that you can buy it at any time, unlimited amounts with coins. So you don't have to stock up your inventory. Yeah, exactly. So you don't have to fill up your inventory with them. So that's because that's gonna fill up automatically already by itself. Yeah. So anything you can offload on that is great. So with Abzo, to try to get to high Star Force Abzo with low risk pieces, and then for Superior is where we use it as well, so that you can use level 140 accessories into the 4 set that goes Superior Golics. And then the armors, probably excluding the weapon, because I did it for my Fire Poison, but I do not recommend doing like Fafnir, so the CRA weapon, Fafnir, up to 21 and transforming into Abzo. I think it makes more sense to just keep a regular 17 Abzo weapon, or maybe a fake arcane, whatever is possible for an event, and then just use the 20-star Abzo stuff and 20-star Superior stuff if you get to that, to get like Lucid solo going, because that is possible with like 6 job and with all the power creep that comes from that, and then just earn your own weapon either through a box or through buying it with the droplets, and then go straight for an arcane weapon, because even at because I got the drop on my Fire Poison to give you the comparison. So a 2-line magic attack, legendary, with the tier 6 flame and something else, which is like, the gold standard basically, and a 20-star Absolab with the set bonus was, I think, 12 magic attacks. So we're talking about items with like around 500 or something, right? Like 12 magic attack higher, I think, than a tier 5 magic attack, which is, very easy to roll over on an arcane that had no potential and no Star Force whatsoever. Okay. So it's just such a huge jump, and it's an unnecessary one because you can have enough damage, you're just going to be a little bit stronger. That it's probably what I would call, like, if you ever hear me use the term like a sideways upgrade, where technically it makes you stronger, but it takes you so much money that's an inefficient upgrade. So it's better to just not take that one, save up your money instead, and then make a bigger upgrade towards a thing that is more a direct upgrade.
Yes. Makes perfect sense. Okay.
Star Forcing, it's super powerful tool in it will save you hundreds of billions, literally, if you're using it tactically in the right times, basically. Yeah.
Okay. Cool. I got some good notes on that topic now. Alright, so familiars.
Yeah, that has its own command because it's a little wonky system. It's not in Korea, so it's kind of special. And we touched on it a little bit already, like with the names of the lines and stuff, like what amount of drop rate it relates to. It's mainly there, so it's mainly there for IED, drop rate, boss damage, and healing. Essentially, that's like 95% plus of what you're looking for in the system. There's a bunch of data here on, what it is. You summon familiars by clicking the button, right? You summon all the familiars in the pre-selection, blah, blah, blah. You unlock extra slots by collecting familiar badges. So look at the badge UI. You will see one extra badge gives you a second slot. So that's very valuable. That's really quick and easy to do. But for the third slot, you need 10 badges, which is way harder. And some of the badges are simple, but they are level gated. So it's best not to try to rush them too much at a lower level because they will just come automatically once you're like 255, 260, you'll get, well, basically at 255, you'll get access to like 3 or 4 extra badges that are just brain dead easy.
So
And
what are
yeah.
the badges? Where do I
So
see
for
them?
yeah, so basically I have all the data here. When it comes to like ranking up familiars, this is if you're trying to go for the drop rate to go from to take a big jump from just like the base drop rate of 50% to like a large drop rate of 100%. It is something that is extremely valuable for your account. It'll make sure you get backups, right? You get ring boxes, which will give you special ring functions, which are huge damage boosts. More pitch bosses, more backups, everything. More fragments, right? It just everything hinges around drop rate essentially. So that is a good thing to go for, and that is.
So how do I get badges? What are they exactly? You said badges unlock more slots.
Yeah. So if you get a card, you just throw it into. You double click it. It goes into your collection. Then it'll check any badges where it's part of the set, and then it'll highlight
so you gotta
it.
get a full set of it.
Yeah. Once you have the full set, the whole badge will highlight. So this is an uncollected one, right? Because I still have one here that I didn't have, the King Slime.
I remember farming that one in yeah, I remember now. Okay. That makes sense. I actually
And then that also means it'll show up here for equip, and then you can equip it. It gives you just a little bit of bonus stats, essentially.
Okay, cool. Now I understand.
Once you have the one unlocked, then there'll be like a little quest here that pops up, and then yeah, your second badge will unlock essentially, or your second familiar slot will unlock.
Okay. I was very lucky with familiars on my buck. I had the first familiar I ever unveiled was just a normal rare. It was one of the Critias monsters, I believe, one of those like blue swords. And it rolled the double IED line. So I was pretty happy about that.
That's insanely just the confirmed extra luck on that is 15% IED is usually around 80 or so familiars on average that you have to reveal for that, but it goes exponentially harder to get 2 of them. I've never had a single one in my entire account, for example.
It was literally the first one I've ever unveiled. It was crazy.
Yeah,
my guild at the time was like, holy crap, you're cracked. Your fam is cracked.
Yeah, no, that's really good value, right? It's not quite as good as 130 IED, but it's really close. It's like 27%, I think, equivalent.
Because they're additive, or
because it's they're multiplicative, not additive. Yeah, if they were additive, then it would be the same as a 30%. But since they're multiplicative, it's 27% equivalent. But that's to get a 30%, you'd have to go epic, and you'd have to, the odds are there. So that's the second thing. Is there's advice on like basically how to go through the game, what I would focus on. What you can reveal, whether to use it on your main, whether to use it on your side characters, what to do with the value, what kind of lines you're looking for, all of that. And then there are resources. So this is in terms of like, what are the odds, what are the expected costs, so just to see like, how many hours will this cost me even on average? Does this even make sense for me to go for, kind of thing? And this goes into the drop rate, like with the stacking, right? So it's interconnected. And then this is a little list of like the badges that are easy to get, and which ones are harder to get, which ones I would, recommend maybe going for. So you can see that there's a decent amount of badges that's easy to get, but some of those are just level locked. So if you just wait a little bit longer, then you don't have to do these ones that are technically possible, but take quite a bit more work. Because usually some of these sets just have like bosses in them that are harder to find, and it just takes longer. You're just constantly CCing around and trying to chase them down. It'll take forever.
That makes sense. Okay. That's about it for familiars. I said fully explained, but I sort of understand. I sort of understood the system. I don't think they're important for me right now in my account progression.
Early on, it's just if you can get any IED, like you'll be training, so you will get familiars from a bunch of different regions. If you have a bunch of different ones, you basically just reveal them, and if they're bad, you extract them. That's pretty much it. If you have IED,
extract commons into rares, or how does it?
Extraction just means you turn them into
commons into rares, or
yeah, you could, but you typically never do that because when you're like rank. Oh, hello.
What happened? I can't hear you anymore.
Oh, is my mic?
I'm not sure why.
I just hit my mic, but it looks like on stream it's still picking me up. Did I fuck it up? Hello? Hello, hello?
Now I can hear you.
Yeah. I don't know, I hit my mic, but it looks okay on the stream, but maybe it fucked it up on Discord as well. Yeah, so anything with any drop rate on it, so like common, just like small drop rate, or the rare cards with just drop rate, that's already a 50%. If you can hit that, then you're good for a long ass time. And any IED is just very valuable early on because it just takes pressure off of how good your equips need to be and how good your account needs to be able to confirm your damage to bosses, essentially.
Okay.
The combining is, you're only combining stuff if you're trying to get into Epic, because you're trying to get the large drop rate, so that you can have even more familiars drop, so that you can then go into Unique for large IED, large boss, large healing, essentially. And if you're going to make Epics, it doesn't make any sense to start with commons, because rares are already pretty common. They can drop, and they're common enough that it's just never worth it to try to fuse commons together, essentially.
Okay. Sounds good.
Yep.
I just had a question pop up in my head on something you said, but I seem to have forgotten it. It'll come back to me.
Boss damage, drop rate, IED.
Yeah.
Yeah, it might come back.
Yeah, it might come back. Who knows? I'm a little old now anyway.
Almost 30. You're ancient, bro.
Yeah, I know. My body feels it.
Oh, man.
I did like my parents got this like Rumblex Pro 4 board that like shakes and you can like stand on it and do squats and push-ups. So I work out a decent amount, but I did like 10 sets of 10 squats on this thing that was rumbling, and this thing shakes you like head to toe. So it makes all your muscles constantly contract, like your core, because you need to stabilize. And I did 100 squats the next day. I could barely walk. My back was so messed up. And I'm like, I work out like every day. I do a lot of cardio. It was just wow.
Yeah, you think that you should be able to handle it, but then your body just is like, nope, that was different. I need some time. give me a day or two to figure this one out. Yeah.
Yup.
I used to do. I don't know if you know what you have no idea what Vierleppen is. It's basically like pole vaulting over like a giant. Maybe you've seen videos of it, but it's like you just have a pole like in the middle of like a moat, and you just jump from one side to the other. But the pole is like extremely long, so the longer it is, as you swing over, you try to climb up in it, so you end up higher on the other side, so you can traverse further. And so we did this with school, and I would like, I played sports with like jumping, and I would always cycle. I had like pretty decent like thigh muscles and everything, so I was like, this is fine. And I think 4 of us did like okay enough so we could go over the actual shortest distance, professional distance moat, which was pretty far. And they were like, don't go too fast, because if you go fast, you just slam from one side to the other, right? They were like, you got to go slow so that you can also climb up in the meantime. And I was like, yeah, I'm
against the wall.
Well, yeah, that is one person did smack against the wall, fucked up her eyebrow pretty badly. But so I was like going third. 2 people before me, they didn't go fast enough. They like kind of went sideways, fell into the water. It was like some green, sludgy, non-moving water that was just like in a puddle there, just like disgusting. And I was like, yeah, I'm not doing that. I'm just going as fast as I fucking can to get to the other side. And the guy was like, slow down, slow down. I'm like, nope. And I just like yanked over to the other side, made it to the other side. But like, I could not get down the stairs the next day. Like the impact from that like momentum on my thighs, I was just like, I had to like sit on my ass like one stair at a time to go down. I couldn't put weight on them and just walk normally for, I think like next 2 days. And I thought like my body could definitely handle this, but nope. Sometimes, yeah, it'd just be like that.
It'd be like that, man. It'd be like that for real. So in terms of professions, I think we could probably just skip this. I know you need to make WAPs. Okay, so I guess
WAPs is one. Some classes need to make shields. For those, so the shield recipes typically drop from normal Cygnus, so they were transferable as long as you have them as recipes, so you just hold on to them. Under exclamation mark secondaries, there's all of the pictures of all the Princess No secondaries, which are the best in slot for most classes. And if they're not best in slot, then it shows, it's mentioned which ones are. So it's either that or... Yeah, it's either that or shields, or for some classes like Nova, it can be the old ones. Although, is it Princess No now? Or it's the one from Evil Lab. But Evil Lab is gone, so you have to like buy them from some kind of box. That might be the case for Angelic Buster. Sometimes they're very close though. Like what if again best in slot? It might be like 1 attack or 3 stat more or something. That could be completely insignificant for your entire account. But some people just want to know what is the strongest one.
I think I read in the AB Discord that it's you can buy it from the shop, the secondary for AB. Yeah. But I could be wrong. I think it's still being updated because of the class change. So.
Yeah, that's another thing. Class change with the scaling could sometimes kind of like upset the value of like your secondary versus your main stat as well. And then, there's no Soul Ring. Yeah, so it said the Evo Lab one that you buy from you buy it from an NPC. It used to be you had to do Evo Lab and everything, but they removed that content. But then they kept the secondaries in the box. But you see, like for Cadena it's better, for Kayn it's also better, but then for Kaiser the Evo Lab again is slightly better. But this is like a attack versus stat difference, very very small difference. So if you go for your very first secondary, you go unique or even up to legendary, you're not gonna notice any difference. It's just for people who are trying to min max and they're trying to go all the way for like perfect lines. You might as well go for the one that also has slightly better base stats, just to keep that in line with the upgrade you're planning to do on it. Yeah.
Okay. I think I remember now. It came back to me. It had nothing to do with anything we were discussing.
Okay.
It's I should just be rolling singular lines for my drop in meso gear in the beginning, right? Don't try and go for double lines because I'm gonna blow all my meso on one item.
Exactly. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. That's it for that.
General process is like just one line of either of the two, move on to the next item. And then once you have the 9 items with lines, then check if you fit the 5 and 4. Whatever you have too many of, re-roll that into the other one and try to prioritize items that you have too many lines of that don't also have some stat. So that ideally you end up with the 5 and 4, and at least like 6 or 7 of the items, ideally all 9 of course, have some kind of line of stat with it, so that your total amount of stat that you get from the accessories is roughly the same as you had when they were still epic, so that you don't go down in damage, you only go up in utility. That's the goal. Yeah.
So... Oh. Discord cut out again, I think.
Oh, I'm still here.
Nope, no it didn't. You're there.
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay.
So professions, so the WAPs, shields, that's essentially it. There's some stuff later on, but that's for much later, crafting the skills, and that's for a lot later. There's like projectiles you could make, but no, it's not.
Interesting. Yeah. So 6 job. Never been 260, so I don't know anything about it. It's different. It's still being developed, so some classes might have a really good 6 job right now, and then they could become kind of average in terms of their 6 job compared to other classes with new skills coming out as they come out. So that's another reason why the tier lists are well and good, but maybe by the time you get to that point where it would be significant, your character has already changed and now it's no longer relevant, right? So again, it just comes down to whether you like playing your character or not. So right now there's 2 major things. There's a hexa skill and a hexa stat. Stat is also, we only have 1 unlocked right now. The second one will most likely unlock... The second one has unlocked in Korea, right? Wait, are we getting... Chat, we're getting our second one this July, right? Or are we not? I thought we were getting second Mastery Core. Or did Korea just get this one? In July? Yeah. Yeah, July 17th. Okay, so we're getting only our second one unlocked soon. Out of 6. Oh, we get Mastery, no stat. Oh. Stat is in 8 months. What? Okay, so this gotta take a long ass time to max out, right? So this is just some bonus stats.
And then this lock doesn't mean that I have to do more right now to unlock it. It just means that they're not in the game at all. But we can see what direction they're going.
Wow.
So mastery cores basically take the existing 4th job skills and lower that you have and upgrade them. They give them either new effects, bigger hitboxes, more damage, but multiple of these things. And sometimes, as you can see in the bottom for me, that red icon, that's also a new effect that they get. And you see these stacks here. That's just something that doesn't exist at all in 4th job, but that's a new combo system with extra activations that it gets once you unlock the mastery core. The boost nodes are very much like the boost nodes in the V matrix, but they're just the boost nodes for your 5th job skills.
Okay.
So usually it's just flat final damage, just like with boost nodes, right? But sometimes, especially if it's more of a support skill, it adds a little bit of a different multiplier to it to make sure that it doesn't scale too hard. And then some skills that technically do damage, but their main effect is something else. Sometimes they just get damage, and that's kind of shitty for those classes. But that just means it's a lower priority for people to upgrade it, and they usually don't put resources into it. So for every class, people... And then you have your origin skill, right? So your origin skill, that's the one you get automatically. You can kind of see that as like your 5th job skills in the V matrix, where as soon as you unlock 6th, you get it. For everyone, this is a 6-minute cooldown. Mostly... It's a 10-second super bind, so it binds everything, even things that cannot be bound, can be bound by this skill for 10 seconds. And it's a separate bind from like your Urda bind or your class bind, so you can chain them together to have like 20 seconds of total bind duration. And if you use them on a boss, it'll have the bind indicator on the top left there under the HP bar, where the regular bind is like more pinkish, and this one is more purplish. So you'll see that they have a different effect, but a similar logo. So you can see when they're going to be bindable again by a regular bind, and when they're going to be bindable again by a origin bind. And then for most classes, this is like a very long animation, like an 8-9 second animation, where you're completely immobile and you can't do anything. You're just watching like a cutscene, essentially. I mean, I can press the skill right now. So this is just what happens. And during this thing, I'm just constantly doing damage, and the bosses bind during this whole time. And there's like a big explosion, and I also get a map effect from my skill. Some classes it's a little bit different. Some is more like an activation, and then you have like a map change, for example, and then you have continuous damage. So it's more useful in mobbing and in longer, drawn-out boss fights. Some are just one button, huge burst, and then it's over. So those are more specifically to a specific burst situation. And yeah, the DA, for example, has 2 uses. They're both a little bit weaker, but they're both individual iframes, and you can space them out a little bit, but you have to use them within a certain amount of time, otherwise your effect goes away. So there's still some variants, but they're all like those 10-second bind and huge damage nuking availability. And Mastery Core we talked about. So for most classes, the Mastery Core and then in some cases the Origin are like the most important skills to level up, because these are just like flat damage existing to the 5th job. So these are mostly good if people's 5th job skills have very low cooldowns, because that means that if you increase the damage, right, of very low cooldown skills, then overall your entire damage goes up a lot. So what people figured out is every single different level has a different cost associated to it with Soul Urda and with Urda Fragments. And as you get up, the price goes up. Shocker. Except for the first level. So just unlocking it is huge, because you immediately get 11% final damage just for unlocking it. So that first level is huge and also pretty expensive. And then it's pretty cheap, because it only goes up from 11% to 12%. But then every interval, like we can go from level 9 to 10, and 19 to 20, and 29 to 30, which is the max. Those upgrades are really expensive. So you'll see a lot of people keeping 19 and 9 for that reason. So if I want to level this one up, this is 3 and 90, which I have more than enough, but I'm saving for bigger upgrades and for the upcoming extra skill that is unlocking. But this one from 9 to 10, for example, costs 10 and 200. And 20 is max here, so you can't really just stockpile infinite resources and then just infinitely max everything. So you're kind of gated by this. But we're mostly gated by fragments, because you can see the cost is way higher on fragments than it is on Soul Urda. I
think I lost you on Discords.
Oh. Again? Oh, hang on. Let me... Hello? Hello, hello.
Nada.
Am I gone? You rejoin. How could you just suddenly go away on Discord? That's so strange. Hello?
I can hear you now. This is weird. Discord's messing up.
Yeah, that's really weird.
Yeah.
But yeah, you can see the changes in the cost, right? Like if I get this. So basically what everyone figured out for Hexa Matrix, for all the classes, is they looked at if you have a battle analysis and you have X amount of fragments and X amount of energy, how much is the value from the resources that you have in terms of how much it increases your battle analysis over a certain amount of time. So what they figured out basically for all the classes is a sort of order of leveling that gives you the efficiency from the fragments and from the energy that you're going to be getting. So most people just follow this and don't really think too much about individual situations. If you're in a certain situation though where you're like, to meet the next boss you need like specifically to do a lot of burst damage in a short amount of time, then sometimes you might prioritize a little bit higher the origin skill, right? But if not, then you basically just follow this general order. It's not like a Bible, but like if you're ever lost and you don't want to, use your brain too much, these are probably all going to get updated soon though, because the second mastery core coming in is new skills for the classes that are getting upgraded, and that might change the efficiency of what you want to level first. So I know, for example, for my Arc and for my Demon Avenger as well, that the order is going to be quite different. So that's why I'm saving on these characters so I can kind of switch with those changes. But they have announced now in Korea that they are not adding any new skills, at least not mastery cores, and I think also not new skill nodes, at least in the next 6 months there. So at least for us in the next year, there won't be any new stuff coming past what we already know. So that gives us a little bit of a breather in terms of that. Yeah. And then the one extra thing that's coming is the first common node, and that's going to be Sol Janus, what I talked about earlier. That's like a big summon, basically just a big circle you can put on the map that kills monsters, but it also gives passive EXP gain. So that's going to be really useful for people to unlock. And as you level that up, it goes from 1 to 2 to eventually to 3 summons. So really big maps by yourself, you can very easily just put those orbs somewhere and just have the whole map basically consumed in damage and train in a very lazy way. You don't have to. You can also change it to another mode, which basically makes it like a kind of extra final attack skill that will follow you around and do like an extra explosion around you if you want a more active training style, for example.
Okay.
That's basically Six Job. I mean, yeah, Sol Erda drops from monsters and from bosses, and Fragments is not from bosses, so only from monsters and from special content. So the High Mountain was released as extra content. I don't know if you've seen that.
Yeah, I've seen it.
So that's a big chunk of Fragments, and there's also Sol Erda in there.
Okay, so it's like grinding node stones.
Yes, very much so, but for us they're not transferable at this point. So it's really every character for itself, and you have a little counter that you can show, so you can see how far you are. There's also a booster you can buy with NX if you want to supplement your income, and that'll help you, get started early on a little bit faster. Yeah.
That makes sense to me. Alright, so we did transfer hammer, and we sort of talked about flames too. I assume sack is just symbols. It's just sacred symbols, and you gotta put more fodder into them.
Yeah, they start off. They work a little bit. They work the same essentially. They max out at 11, so they just ramp up way harder, way faster, and the amount of symbols you get per day is way lower. So early levels are still pretty fast, but once you get past like level 6 and 7, it starts to slow down a lot. Like the last level is 1100 symbols, and if you're getting 10 a day, so that's 110 days. So that's like almost, not including events, that's almost 4 months of dailies. Crazy. Yeah, so that takes quite a while. They're also way more expensive to upgrade. But there's fewer levels in total. But like Sacred Power and Arcane Power work a little bit differently. So for Arcane Power, you get oh god, the damage below. I would have to look at the exact maths, but for arcane power to get bonus damage, there's 10, 30, and 50% bonus damage, and that correlates with 10, 30, or 50% of the required arcane power above the base amount, right? So, like for example, Lucid needs 360. If you want to do full damage, quote unquote, which is like plus 50% final damage, then you need 50% of 360 extra, so you need to get to 540. And then 540 or anything above, you do 50% bonus final damage to Lucid.
Oh, okay.
With Sacred Power, it's... I know that you do... For every 10... Yeah, for every 10 Sacred Power under... So it looks more as like an amount rather than a percentage for Sacred Power. So for every 10 under, you just lose 10% final damage with at most 95%. So you do always at least 5% of your damage. So you have to be within 90 to go down, quote unquote, from like only 5% of your damage to 10% of your damage. So your damage doubles once you go from, minus 95 or more to minus 90. But then you gain your final damage up to the point of having the base amount of what is required by the content, right? That's why in the dailies I have that split out, because there were just so many new bosses coming out with so many new difficulties with all different levels of arcane power required that I was like getting lost at like how much do you need for everything, because even some phases in different bosses have like different amounts required and it just gets so confusing. So that's why I decided to make that. And when it comes to bonus damage, you get 5% final damage bonus for every 10 over the amount, for up to a max of 25. So once you're plus 50, you have the max damage. So even though it builds up more slowly, you can get to that max final damage way faster on Sacred than on Arcanes, right? Because like an area where you need 600 Arcane power, if you want to get max bonus damage, you need to get to 900, which is like way more. But if your boss is like needs 200, then if you get to 250, now you have max already. Or if it needs 400, if you get to 450, now you have max already. So once you get your character going and you really do your dailies, like my character probably already has enough almost to do full damage. Yeah, I already have full bonus damage to Extreme Kalos, even though damage-wise I'm nowhere near that. But at least the Sacred Power part, I'm already done,
Okay.
So that does make it a bit better for like being future-proof, that even if new bosses come out with new difficulties, it doesn't mean like, oh, I have to wait like 3 more years until I can actually do my full damage because of the Sacred Gate, basically.
Okay.
So that's good, yeah. Future prospect for them.
Okay,
And what was
that
the
makes
other
sense.
thing you mentioned? Because you had flames.
Yeah, so
yeah.
flames, we just so when you reset flames, that's the base stats, right? Plus the chance to roll attack power, magic attack power, or like all stat percentage.
Yeah, so just all the green numbers, basically. The green number is the flame. And that can...
Oh,
yeah, just the green part. So the orange part you see here, that's from Star Forcing. The green number is from flames, and then the white number is the base stats. And then the blue, cyan, whatever the fuck, that's like just the total of everything. And then if you're working on green's flames. And if you're working on transposing, there can also be magenta and purple. Like you see here. So the purple here is technically scrolling, but we don't have scrolling, so it's the equivalent of scrolling, which is the bonus stats you get from transposing. So if you ever see that, you know that someone did transpose the item. And then the magenta number, that gets a little bit complicated, but the flaming is linked to tiers of the quality of the flame, and that is linked to the level of the item. And when you're transposing, you're going from one level item to another level item, right? Transposing is similar to Star Forcing, where you're like bringing up the stats to another piece. Okay. But it's specifically for Sweetwater stuff only. But then when you're bringing up the flame from one to another, because it doesn't happen anymore, but in the past when you transpose, the flame would get carried over. So we want to transpose from items with a good flame to items with a bad flame, because Sweetwater items all have bad flames. And because they didn't want you to just get extra stats out of thin air on top of the stats you already get from transposing, they would take the difference between how much your number would visually go up by just because the item level is higher, and the difference of the purple number of the bonus stats you get from transposing. And if that number was negative, it would show up as a negative magenta number. But this way I can still know what my flame was before transposing, because I can see the +9, so it would have been +9, but because it's -1, I know that the number went up by 10 for correction for the level. So I know that my flame was 64 strength before, and 16 dex, and 4 attack, and 4 all stat. I know that was my original flame. It's not, super important, because ultimately it's just the total stats that are the most important, right? The 149, that just takes everything into account. But if you're ever looking at an item, you're wondering, what the fuck is this color? Where is that coming from? That's what that is all connected to.
So when someone says 74, they're talking about the green number of the primary stat, and then when they say like 74/6, it's like 6% all stat.
Typically, yeah. If they would say 74/6, then they would mean 74 main
Primary
stat and
stat.
6 all stat. Yeah. And if they said like 60 and 5 and 5 or something, they probably mean 60 main stat, 5 weapon or magic attack, whatever is relevant for them, and then 5% all stat. Those are typically the things that give you the most damage, so those are the ones worth mentioning in terms of that is the quality of the flame. Hopefully people don't do that too much, though, and they just use the flame score instead, which is just one number, which is basically redirecting all of the things that can give you any damage to what would the equivalent amount of main stat be, and then that number is easier to compare between all the items and between all the levels and everything.
Gotcha. So it's like the combat power.
Yeah, somewhat, yeah. We tried, but the main thing with flame score is that we try to be predictive for the future. So how much, if I ask you like how much damage percent is 1% attack worth, if you have nothing, then that's the same. 1 is 1. But as soon as you have some and they become additive with each other, the balance starts shifting, right? Now, if you have 100% of one and 50% of the other one, then adding 1% of either one will be twice as value for the one you have lower than the one you have higher, because their balance, like opposed to each other, will shift, right? So every time you're upgrading something, technically, that makes, for the next upgrade, slightly shifts what would be better. Minuscule, right? But as you're making big upgrades, what could happen is you could get a lot of extra stat, right? Let's say that you start working on your potentials a lot, your total percentage stat will get up a lot, which means that relatively your flat stat will go up in value because it gets multiplied by more. And your attack will actually go down a bit in value comparatively. So for your flame score, that would shift what is valuable in the flame. But once you work on Star Force a lot, now you actually comparatively start getting a lot of attack. So now attack percent will become more valuable, and comparatively stat percent will actually lose a little bit of value. So what flame score tries to do is, given that stuff is going to happen, and given that you will have access to certain pieces, and you will probably upgrade things to a certain level because you're doing content that's of a certain difficulty, your general, what is usually referred to as a stat equivalency, will roughly be, one all stat in mid game will roughly be around like 8.5 to 9 stat in the beginning, and once you get done upgrading, it'll roughly be around 10 main stat for 1% all stat, roughly. It's for nobody, it's exactly that number, right? If you want to know for sure, you can look in the moment. But it's good to be future-proof so that not every single time you make a lot of big upgrades, now you have to redo all your flames to optimize them, right? So you're just, in mind, you already know this is how good that flame is going to be, so you know already that you don't have to worry about it for a while, or you know that it's going to come up soon and you need to change it. So once you're more familiar with the calculator and what it means to have like flame advantage, no flame advantage, then you can basically just aim for those numbers at those level items, and then you're in the ballpark and you're good, or it could maybe use some work.
Okay. That makes sense to me.
Yeah, I have the video that goes over it more under !flames to get like the whole explanation if you want to hear the long-winded, the yap version of all of that.
I'm definitely going to.
That's all the links as well for, if you want to see the details. But basically, a flame rolls, like I could tell you like I can look at a flame like this one, and I can tell you this flame rolled 4 stats. One is 6% all stat. One is 30 luck and 30 strength. One is 30 int and 30 strength. And so that's minus 60. And one is 66 strength. Those are the 4 lines of this item. So I know that that's like a tier 6 solo strength, a tier 5 int and strength, and a tier 5 luck and strength, and a tier 6 all stat. So that's a 5-5-6-6. To certain people, that will say a lot more. But I think it's easier to just say, for me, roughly, this is a 186 flame score on a level 160, on a level 200 item, and then to you that says nothing now. But once you have like the perspective of having flame for a while and having a lot of other items, you will be able to see this flame and be like, oh, this is actually really fucking good flame. And if you want to, you can always use the cost calculator for the flames, and you could basically check like how much would that flame cost. So that calculator is like, okay, what is the type of item? It's an armor. What flame would you use? Let's say we use a red flame. What level is the item? Again, because of the intervals. And then here, what is your stat equivalency? What do you want to use for you personally? Are you end game, right? And do you know your number specifically? Or is that something, that you're kind of around the averages and you just pick the average numbers? Desired stats, let's say what I have. I have a 186. Guild discount doesn't really matter that much, but let's calculate it. And then you can see like the value of the flame that I have. You would have to, on average, use 151,000 flames to get that, and it's worth about 1.4 trillion mesos. That says way more than just... Yeah, that's it, yeah. But it says way more than just looking at it, because it's like, is that big? Is that a lot? Is that not a lot? Like, I don't fucking know,
Lord,
right?
mother of pearl.
Yeah, but if it's like, oh, it's 186, and you look here, okay, flame advantage items, endgame items... For 200, like for 250 would be around 180. This is higher than that with extra 50 levels. You can check it. Well, does that even make a big difference? I don't know. Does it? Let's see. Let's see if it was 250 and you put in all the same metrics. How much would it be worth then? Oh, now it's worth 125 bill. That's worth like 9% or 8% of that. Why? Because even the same quality flame will have way bigger numbers at higher levels, and therefore it's easier to roll higher level flames. And that's why the numbers just keep going. Where am I?
Down. Yeah.
That's
that
why.
Makes sense.
Yeah, the number goes up, but that's because it's the same cost per flame will get you a higher number.
Okay.
Flame
Very
count
good.
my glove from Cadena. What is this? Okay, yeah, so he wants to show off his glove. So see, he has pretty much the exact same glove, except there's a 6 extra here and 6 extra here. So this is instead of a 5-5-6-6, this is a 5-6-6-6. This is a tier 6 dex unlock.
Gotcha. Okay, that makes a lot more sense to me
but
now.
It's the same level items, so you can compare them 1 to 1. No.
Okay. I have to use the restroom real quick.
Sure.
I shall be right back in 30 seconds.
We've got to wash your hands. Say flames. Lance players and cubing gear. I don't know if I need to attack, a boss, damage, any stat, etc. Skip, any question. Slot for invulnerability. How to get to enough exclamation mark. IE. 30 seconds? Just washing your hands should be at least 30 seconds, right? This one. I never saw this eval in Age Mag and then move on to Lotus and Damien. Fully plan my weapon and gear progression from current to what is necessary solo. Black Mage, fully planned weapon and gear progression. Yeah, we're not gonna do that. That itself is like 5 hours. You guys don't just have a bottle at your desk? I have the Scardor patented gamer diapers. I am peeing and defecating on myself as we speak. I'm not losing any gains. RGB gamer diapers. Oh, they light up in RGB colors as well. Gamer toilet suit. Ugh. That explains the smell. Yeah. It's a den. A den of disgust.
I am back.
Welcome back.
I did wash my hands, by the way.
Okay, good job, good job. I think, is it potential? Yeah, potential talks about what to cube on certain gear, which lines to get on there.
Okay.
It's a pretty short video, but basically comes down to you kind of just want your stat, like stat percentage, all stat or main stat percentage on everything. The exceptions being weapon, secondary, and emblem, right? There you want a combination of attack, boss damage, and IED. Second exception is your gloves, because those can get critical damage. So that takes precedent by a lot over stat. Basically, this goes into damage calculation and how rare critical damage is in your entire account versus stat. But you can kind of see a line as of critical damage almost around the same as about 4 to 5% stat, typically. Again, this goes back into stat equivalencies, not the same for every class, right? Some classes have way more critical damage, blah, blah, blah. But so for any class, it's usually anywhere from like 3% all the way up to like 5 or 6, depending on the stage of the game, value per critical damage. So even if you just get a line of 8% critical damage on legendary and nothing else, it'll already be better than if you hit 3-line stat. So that's typically why that's a good goal early on, and why eventually people use black cubes, bright cubes, to get double critical damage on more permanent pieces like the arcane gloves, because then 16% critical damage is just worth so much stat that it is mathematically better to try to get that gain out of that piece than to try to get that kind of gain out of another piece. And then the other exception is hats. Basically once, and this goes back into what we were talking about before, kind of like when you get the balance changing of stats, right? Let's say that you have like 800% stat in your entire account, and you could replace just 10% of that with something that gives you a bunch of utility, a bunch of survivability. That might be really valuable to you. But if you only have like a total of 50% stat, you might not sacrifice 10% stat for that, because that's a way bigger percentage of your total damage, right? So the things that happen with hats over time is they have a line that's called cooldown reduction. So they can reduce the cooldown of skills every single time a skill goes on cooldown. Works on all the skills, but it has a reduced efficiency on cooldowns under 10 seconds. So a lot of times at the beginning, it wasn't very useful because we didn't have as much total stat coming from everything. But now, because we can get so much stat, it becomes more and more worth it to just sacrifice just 1 or maybe 2 lines of your total main stat, and replace those with cooldown reduction instead to give you a lot of utility. For example, if you have a low cooldown iframe, now you can use the iframe way more often. Or if you have an AoE skill that kills all the monsters around the map every 20 seconds, if you cut that down from 20 seconds to like 17 seconds, you could say that's only 3 seconds difference, but that's like 14% more uses. That can be a bigger increase in damage than how much you lose on the stat gain, right? So that is very class specific, and that's the thing where class discords and stuff like that will talk about, like, do you use 1 second cooldown in stat? Do you use 2 second cooldown? Do you use 3? Do you use 4? Do you try to go for 6? Which is insane. But is more better, or is there a sweet spot, or is it mobbing versus bossing, or is it early game versus late game, right? This can all fluctuate class by class basis. But yeah, everything else is just main stat. There's of course drop in meso gear, right, which is like a different set, which is exception, obviously. But other than that, am I forgetting something? It's really just... Wait, I'm more of a visual person. I should just go by my own equips and check them. But other than that, it is just stat. Yep. Yeah, just that, yep.
Okay. That makes sense to me, since we had gone over the meso gear so much. The cubing kind of makes sense to me now too.
Yeah, and that's the other thing, because a lot of people go for cubing typically a little early, especially on their first characters, because it's quote-unquote risk-free, right? There's no chance of booming your equips, and you typically only have one, so you don't want to risk it. But what happens sometimes, people go a little bit overboard on the potential and spend a lot of their money there, sometimes even before they get drop in Mesogear, and then they're kind of strong, and they're stronger faster than people go for drop in Mesogear, but then they hit a hard wall. And someone who's been made in drop in Mesogear, yeah, they spend a lot of time in the garage, like, tinkering on their car, but now they're, like, flying past you at, like, triple your speed because they've got that foundation. And now when they're doing those higher level bosses and they're getting those backups, not only do they have the backups, but they have more money to spend, and just more money in total, and it's multiplied by the factor of the meso obtain, and now they can make bigger jumps in equips and make more risky upgrades, but it's not riskier to them because they have the backups to back it up. Wow, great sentence. But like they have the backups to show for it, to make it a realistic upgrade. And that's kind of like the thing, the long term, especially if you're looking at like transfer hammering, right? We talked about your potential goes down to epic. So that means if your piece is going to be like a Star Force project, as in you can get a lot of backups early on, and therefore Star Forcing is going to be a better way of upgrading your piece rather than potentialing it, then it makes more sense to keep the potential a little bit on the low side, save that money, and put that money into other pieces that are going to be kept as a trace. Are you familiar with booming and tracing and transferring?
Yes.
Yeah. So if something is kept as a trace, the potential 100% transfers, right? So there, it might be a better idea to work a little bit harder on the potential, and then not on a thing that's going to get overwritten. So when you get superior gear, for example, you don't want to immediately get it to legendary and immediately get it to 30% stat, because then eventually when you roll over it, you have to redo your potential. So usually those items are really good to just keep at like 12 to maybe 15% on epic, and that's super solid, and then save your money, spend it in other places, right?
Yes.
With CRA, people like to go for high potential because of that, but CRA is a bit an exception because you can get your backups very easily, so you can go high Star Force. But potential-wise, and this, again, if you look at the calculator, this becomes very obvious. If you look at the expected cost of getting certain decent potential on CRA gear, it's just way more expensive than on other pieces because they have more junk lines. Every single item has a different amount of types of lines that you can roll. You're looking for the same thing, but you have to wade through like a sea of garbage stats before you can get there. Tops and bottoms and hats. Yeah, hats have the extra cooldown reduction, which is great, but they also have decent advanced blessing and decent mystical door, and tops have like 6% chance to make you immune to damage for 5 seconds, which doesn't work on percentage damage, which is all bosses do, right? So it's all just, or like 3% chance to regenerate 5 MP when getting hit or something like that. Like these are just complete trash lines. They're only there to just make it more expensive. So it's a good idea before you think like, oh, I should do this because of that. Always check the calculator and just always make sure you make an informed decision. What is the expected cost? If you're Star Forcing, what are the expected booms? If I tick, if you look at the calculator for Star Forcing, for example, like if I tick a event, do I save a lot of money, and is it worth waiting for, or do I not save a lot of money? Is it not worth waiting for? Like I'm 150. I've got my CRA is let's say it's like 12 stars. I'm trying to get it to 17. Right, it's a pretty realistic scenario early on in the game. I only have one, so I have to safeguard it. I'm gonna do this off event, not star catching. Okay, that's between a bill and 1.3 bill. Okay, that's kind of expensive. So what happens if I wait a little bit? I wait until I have more backups, so I don't have to safeguard. I wait until there's a 5, 10, 15 event instead. How much money does that save me? Oh, now that just cuts it in half. So maybe that is worth waiting for. But if I look at the patch, if I look at the Sunny Sundays, there's like in the next 8 weeks, there's not a 5, 10, 15. Is it worth waiting more than 8 weeks for? Well, I don't know. How much do you make per week, right? If you make 100 mil a week, it could be worth it. If you make 10 bill a week, it's definitely not worth it, right? So again, that's where your own situation will inform what is your personal risk, right? Are you running out of possible gains by not taking it early? Typically for your first character, from an early account, you almost want to spend it as you get it, right? Especially if you're making drop in Mesogear, because the sooner you get it, the sooner it starts raking up your rates like crazy, and you start just making it back faster. But as you get to the point, especially once you get into like the mid game, every single upgrade will start getting so expensive. Well, now you're looking at like going to 19 stars, going to 21 stars from 17, right? Like, is that reasonable? Okay, well, I need backups. Oh, someone who gets unlucky gets 16 booms. You know, maybe if I have only 4 backups, that's not a reasonable thing for me to do. Or you start looking at the percentiles more. You're like, if you're doing 1 item, you know, it's probably somewhere here. But if you're doing 15 items, one of those is going to end up here, right? Like, this is a 1 in 20 chance. Now this number is like 5 times, 3 times, 4 times this number. So now you want to, based on your own risk aversion, you want to start building up a little bit of a buffer of like, is this high risk for me? Is this low risk for me, right? Some people just tap to 22 because they don't give a fuck, or because that's all they care about. But the efficiency of the stars, every next star is just less efficient than the previous one. The only exception is if you're going from 19 to 20, that one is less efficient than 20 to 21. Sadly, you need the former to hit the latter, but 20 to 21 is way cheaper because you cannot drop down from 20, right? That's a safe spots at 5, 10, 15, and 20. So
I hate that limbo space.
Hmm?
That limbo between 15 to 20.
Yeah.
It's great.
Yeah, and that's why it's a great idea to just kind of wait until you have a bunch of backups, until you have a bunch of money, and then until there's an event, and then just turn off your brain and just slam it, so you don't have to be emotionally invested in the success of every single... Do you guys still need door? Into the success of every single attempt that you're doing.
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of people like to not stay away from that and instead spend all of their money then on on potentialing, but that could actually slow you down. Even though it initially gives you more damage, in the long run it probably slows you down. So as long as you have that foundation of the drop rate and the meso, you have that knowledge of not going too far in certain potentials, like weapon, secondary, and emblem. Once you have the weapon on point that you have for a while, and you secondary and emblem, you go super hard on those. You know, you get legendary, you get 2 useful lines. That's gonna give you a load of damage when you're mobbing and bossing. Drop rate gear, meso gear, it's gonna increase your base income. It's gonna make sure that you can get reliably more backups. And then it's just all about just like grinding away, playing the game. And then when an event comes around or a new patch comes around, you look at the Sunny Sundays, you look at which event is coming. Is this event something I can use for my account? If it is, mark your calendar, set a project, and just go about your day and just play what you want to do, have fun. When a day comes, try to get your shit done, and reassess during a process as well, right? Like, oh, I could do this with 15 bill. Okay, I got unlucky. I'm down to 5 bill. Can I still do it? Probably not. Either pause, wait for the next event, or try a smaller project, you know?
Mm-hmm.
It's just constantly reassessing of like what is possible with your existing means, yeah.
Yeah, definitely. Okay. That all makes sense to me. This is really good. I've learned a bunch. I guess the important thing now is just go through the gear.
Yeah, or not. I mean, yeah, you're talking about attack boss damage. The important thing is to see a balance.
No, that I understand now. Now I pretty much understand. I understand that fully. Best in software internal ability. I looked that up. That was just like you want like meso obtain and then.
Yeah, it's shifting a bit, right? Because in the past we only had one inner ability, so you basically made what I would call like a training or a progression inner ability to make the most of both situations. But now we have multiple inner abilities, so you can very specifically, you probably just focus on one pretty hard, just fully training. So a combination of meso and drop, either drop top and then under meso or the other way around. It doesn't really matter that much. It's only 5% difference, and both are super important. As you're getting to, you know, again, the situation as you're shifting towards a different stage in your account, drop rate becomes more important because most of the money comes from the bossing crystals, which is not affected by meso obtain, so then it doesn't matter as much. But you can distinctly now make inner abilities for mobbing and for bossing, and then just swap them with your presets, right? I don't know if you've played around with that.
Mm-hmm.
That's a new thing. So if you make the
It's
character
pretty
preset
cool.
for mobbing, yeah, then you could just select a different inner ability, and boom, it'll just auto swap it. So I made a second one with just 20% drop rate. So when I'm opening a box, this is the one I always had, the progression one. Well, actually, I had meso obtain on the top first, and then 15 drop and 21 attack. And then when I didn't need the meso obtain anymore, I switched to passive +1. And now I have the second one with drop rate. And then in July, we're going to have a Sunny Sunday with 50% off Honor EXP. That's typically the days that you want to actually redo your inner ability and work on it. Because then you could just roll twice as much for the same amount of resources.
That's what I'm
right?
waiting for to begin working on my
Yeah.
ability on
Yeah.
the Angelic Buster.
The general progress is just to get an inner ability online, you want to have your best unique line that you can get and a legendary line, ideally one that if it's a functional one for you, which for you it is, right? You want to get that attack speed.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think you necessarily need a crazy secondary line, so you have a lot of options. You could get meso obtain, you could get drop rate, you could get boss, you could get damage to debuffed, you could probably get buff duration as well. Any of these that you hit with a circulator, with the magical circulator you could buy in the cash shop, that would be good. And then you lock that line in, and then you re-roll for the top line, try to get your attack speed. That's where you spend your honor.
Okay. That's
and
pretty
then,
much what I'm gonna go.
And then
for
yeah, that inner ability will be like done. And then let's say that you do hit meso obtain there, for example. Then if you want, you can also make a second inner ability. And then again, if you have money with circulators, otherwise maybe with some leftover honor, and then make one with 20% drop. Just so you can switch to that every time you kill a boss, open a box. You switch to that one just to get a little bit more chance every single time. Remember, like, you know, just to buy yourself more weeks of progress with the same amount of effort.
Gotcha. That makes perfect sense to me.
Yeah, a lot of this is kind of shifting now. Like the crit rate used to be very important. That's shifting a little bit because of Legion Artifact. I don't know if you've looked into that at all, but that's
yeah, I have.
That's that gives us a decent source of critical rate. Not immediately, but once you've built it out a little bit further, and then that will make it so that most inner abilities, except for Archer ones, don't need the critical rate anymore. And then yeah, that opens up for most classes buff duration. Because they changed the Angelic Buster Link skill, the terms and conditions, to a 60-second cooldown instead of 90 seconds. So with the buff duration, the total uptime of that skill is actually significant. And that actually adds more damage to your entire burst now than some of the individual lines of just like attack, and in some cases even like the damage to debuff monsters. Because the total amount of damage is also going up because of Legion Artifact. So the damage, the value per damage percent actually went down, and you got diminishing returns there. So you got the balance shifting from damage percentage towards buff duration in the inner ability, and to an extent also in the Legion blocks. So you have people shifting away a little bit more for the middle and more into buff duration to have more. Oh, hey, the microphone again. Did it drop again?
No, we're good.
Oh, we're good this time? Yeah. And this is like how an update or a game shift, you know, can actually change your optimization. But again, if it's really dramatic, class discords will be all over the place talking about it, being like, oh my god, we need to, you know, we need to change this, we need to move that. They did this in KMS. This might happen for us. Again, we have slightly different balance, so it's not always the exact same changes. There might have to be a lot of testing and, yeah, double checking to make sure that it's the same for us and we work on the same, we got the same benefit, yeah.
Okay, cool. So,
what did you have?
in terms of what's left, I think we've pretty much covered essentially everything. Like, the thing that I would like to do is just go through my gear on the Angelic Buster briefly and just see. What I would like to do is just, I have them in order of where they are in the slots from top to bottom, from left to right. So it's rings, and then, you know, I would just like to go piece by piece and have you tell me like what is the next piece I should get to replace it. I don't really need to know anything about the lines or the cubing because we already went through all that. Now I understand what I need to roll for on particular pieces like weapon, emblem, secondary, what I'm looking for there. I know what I'm looking for on the accessories, so that's pretty good. I would just like to go through piece by piece and then list the upgrades that I should have. So what's the next step, and then what's that next step, just to get me to Black Mage.
Yeah, so Black Mage is, if we go through that, that's like another 6 hours, right? Because there's like a lot of steps. So it's going to be a combination of this, trying to hit the numbers in the progression grid. It's going to be a combination of a little bit of this, because that's going to be your base
Yeah.
numbers, but like the dailies, right?
Yeah.
What you can access, and it's going to be a lot of well, it's going to be a lot of the dailies and the next content, and then basically what it says in game in the guide. These pieces that will become available, depending on which ones you get. There's, for some slots, there are 2 or 3 different items that you could be getting, and just whichever one you end up getting, or if you get one with a nice flame, for example, that might knock another thing that would be the go-to maybe off the throne, and be like, this is just a better option for you because, you know, path of least resistance kind of thing. So what I think would be cooler, but I don't know if you'd like it, if we go piece by piece and you tell me what you think is going to happen.
Yeah, let's do that. Let's do that.
Like, what would be
Why
the
not?
next step in terms of upgrading it, and why you think that?
Okay, we can do that. This will give me a chance to actually apply the knowledge and learn.
Mhm.
Okay, so I'm missing a ring, so I need another ring. Let's see, I already have one from Horntail. I have the event ring. I've got Kerbrock's ring. I could get the ring from the Rose Garden, I think it's called. I think you can actually get potential on that if you do the dailies for it, enough of it.
Yep.
Um,
Iphia's into
So-
Noble Iphia's ring, yeah.
yeah, exactly, that one. So I could get that ring to fill the last slot. It has potential, so I can potential it.
One big thing, okay?
Yeah.
One big thing, because you mentioned World of Warcraft, and I've heard other people mention this before. There is, from World of Warcraft, this, maybe you don't even know it, you're not even aware of, but this thought of, like, I have to fill every equip slot. Because every equip slot is, like, equally, or, like, that just gives me a lot of damage. The thing with Maple is, I could equip my character with just, like, 4 pieces that are upgraded perfectly, and I could be way stronger than someone who has all of their slots fully filled with gear. So there's,
Okay.
you want to be looking at it at different levels. It's not just like, you know, what slot is open, but also like which pieces do I have in here? Do they even give me something? And which pieces will just, in terms of like total percentage of increasing my damage, will just have a way bigger impact on my account. So if you go to a situation where you have a secondary and an emblem that are legendary and have 2 useful lines, a weapon that is not trash, and you have just accessories on that have drop and meso, and otherwise you are naked, you're going to be ahead of like 95% of players around your level who are trying to fill every single slot, are trying to get epic on everything, are trying to get 6% stat on everything. You're going to be ahead of them by miles just by having those foundations built instead. Again, I don't want to take the fun of like collecting certain stuff away from you or something. If that's what you want to do, you could definitely do that, but just realize that if you're not building towards that efficiency basis, you are going to have to spend more time to get the progress that you do want to get out of it. So, but the Kerbrock ring is, it does fill a slot, but what does it give you? It gives you 2 strength and 3 attacks. It cannot gain potential. It cannot gain Star Force. This is
useless, essentially.
Yeah, this is a nice slot filler when you're like level 20 or level 60 or 70. But as soon as you can get anything that can even get potential on it, what does that mean? You can get drop or meso obtain on it. This thing doesn't have that future. Well, so you couldn't even misappropriate funds onto it. You can't even upgrade this, right? So this is the thing that even though it's a ring slot, you don't have 1 empty ring slot. Right now you have 3 empty ring slots because like you have 1 that's working for you and giving you damage. You have 1 that isn't doing anything yet. Like the Civil Blossom ring is cool. It has set bonus, but it has 30 stat and 2 weapon and magic attack. It's essentially nothing, right? The Kerbrock's ring is even closer to nothing, and then the third slot is actually nothing. But you kind of want to see it as you have 1 ring that's doing something for you, and 1 that could be doing something for you, Silver Blossom ring, and then the Kerbrock's ring cannot be doing anything for you. The only thing it can do for you is fuck off and give you place for a ring that can do something for you, and then the 4th slot that's open. So you want to look at event rings because they can get potential, right? Not because they exist, but because they can give you potential to get to that drop or meso, or other rings. So that you're not thinking wrong, but I just want to make sure you have the right foundation where that thought is coming from, right? So the Noble Epheus is a good idea. Can get potential. You can get it
Yeah.
decently easy. Another one that you might not know about is the Treasure Hunter John's Ring.
That's from NLC, right?
Yeah, short quest line NLC also can get potential. That and event rings and bringing up the Silver Blossom Ring. 4 rings, boom, you're done, you know? Or if you can get another event ring, you probably want to get another ring. Why? What I talked about happened. You roll decent amount of decks instead of to drop in the meso. You don't want to get rid of that damage because it's double prime. It's anything over 21, I would say, is worth keeping. 21, 12, and 9, again, you could look at the cost calculator to see if it is relevant for you, but that's pretty easy to roll. Anything over that starts getting kind of valuable. So I would probably keep that. But again, if you don't have access to a ring at all in any other situation, you might want to consider re-rolling it. And then it could always be re-rolled later if it's necessary. But right now, I would probably hold on to it. But again, remember, the sooner you lock it in and get used to that damage that it comes from it, the harder it comes to roll out of it again. So you don't want to, rip off the bandage kind of thing. Yeah. Continue. Sorry.
No, it's totally fine. I like listening to your thought process. It makes me think about multiple different avenues. So I'm definitely going to get the NLC ring because that takes literally 4 minutes, not even. It's super fast.
Yep.
And it can get potential. So I'll probably just use that as one of my rings that I'm going to be trying to roll either a singular line of meso drop or item drop on.
Meso obtain or item drop. Yeah.
Is it meso obtain? Okay.
Yeah.
So
meso drop only
obtain.
Exists in familiars. Because for familiars, the drop chance for a bag, which is meso drop, is separate from the drop chance for everything else. In all the other sources of item drop rate, the chance of a bag is included in that.
Okay. I have it written as meso obtain. I don't know why I said drop.
Yeah.
Anyway.
It's easy to confuse it. That's why for the drop rate command, I have it specified out just to make sure there's no confusion from the start. Yeah.
Okay. So, and then the Ilfia's ring is, it takes like maybe a week to get of doing those dailies. But it's pretty easy to get, and I think you can Star Force it too, can't you?
Yeah, I think it's limited to like
or am I wrong?
10 or maybe 15 as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's another ring that I could use for meso obtain or item drop.
Yeah. Generally for Star Force, don't go for anything 15 if it stops at 15, because you're basically paying a huge amount of money between like 11 and 15 that you really only want to buy to get access to 15 plus. So if there is no 15 plus, just keep it at 10 or 11 maybe.
10 or 11. Okay.
Yeah.
That's good to know. That actually makes perfect sense. It's definitely not worth wasting all the money to essentially handicap yourself because you can't go any higher.
So items used to be able to boom past 12, and it used to be able to drop back down up to 15. So it would take a while to get from 10 to 15, and to make that process faster, they included the cost of it not dropping and of safeguarding it so it wouldn't boom, and then lowered it a little bit, but they included those things into the price of 10 to 15. So the Star Forcing from like 13, 14, 14, 15 are actually insanely expensive now, and they only just give you some flat stat. And because it's all low-level items as well, because only low-level items can go up to 15, it's just really inefficient meso-wise. That money you want to save, and you want to put towards getting the drop in meso gear up faster, essentially.
Okay. And I'm going to do the same thing with the Silver Blossom Ring, too. Just turn it into meso obtain or item drop.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's the rings.
But remember what to do before, what I would work on before the accessories?
Weapon emblems, secondary.
Yeah, so weapon, right now you have one that you cannot, well, you can work on a little bit, but you can't work on the potential. But emblem and secondary, I would work on those first because they give attack percent, and that'll just give you the damage that you need, so you don't have to rely on the stat on the accessories. So that is slightly more important to get that first, even though it seems a little bit out of order. It's important to get that first, especially because an emblem you will keep all the way until you get the drop from Heart Saren, which is, I don't look at the dailies list a little bit down there.
Not even remotely anytime soon.
Takes a while, yeah. And the secondary, again, technically there are some that are a little bit higher, a little bit stronger, but it's such a small difference that you might as well just use this one as well.
Is the Angel emblem the one I'm going to be using?
Yeah.
Okay. I've got like a 100% epic potential scroll right now, so I could use it on that.
Exactly. Those scrolls that you get early on for all the people who are starting new, those are really valuable to use on things like emblem and secondary early on, and then on accessories, and to get the most value out of them, because those are going to stay with you forever. Yeah, you don't want to waste them on an item. Maybe some people will use it like unique scroll from the reboot box or something on a weapon, and that sounds like a really good idea, but then you replace the weapon, you transfer it, it goes back down to epic. Goodbye unique potential, right? So use it on emblem or use it on a secondary. From there, you only need to tier it up one more time into legendary, or you get something nice on unique, and then you can hold on to that and immediately put it into value for your account.
Yeah. Exactly. That makes sense. I'm gonna... Ooh. I revealed, I just do it on it real quick. I got a... on a reveal, dex plus 6%, damage plus 3%. So that's cool. That's a cool little epic reveal.
Mm-hmm. It's not nothing, but remember, attack percent is way more valuable.
Way better. Yeah.
Yeah, way better. Yeah.
I have 213 million meso account wide right now.
Mm-hmm. I would look at your events and look at the cubes there that maybe you haven't claimed yet. So if you look at the, because that's where we're getting a lot of value now for early game accounts. If you look at the Midnight Party, there's some, I think at the weekly one, yeah, there's blocks of Karma Heart Cubes, for example. That's 50 Karma Heart Cubes. Those are great for getting things from Epic to Unique, or rolling really nice stats in Epic with.
Okay.
Or in Unique with, yeah.
I can use those for sure.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Cool.
Then you're only paying the reroll costs, and you're not paying the hard cash of actually buying the cubes, right? So that's good to get you started, and then once you get that start, then you can start raking in the cash from the gains.
Yeah. So then for Pocket, next direct upgrade is going to be a cup.
Yep.
And that's pretty much going to stay with me forever. For a long time.
Until you get the book from Will, which can take eternity. Yeah. A lot of my characters don't have it yet. Yep.
I'm just gonna go for the cup, see if I get lucky. I got like on my buck, I got really lucky. I dropped like a plus 6% all stat on my first ever cup, so that was cool.
For cup, because cup can drop from normal and from hard ping bean. If you want to min max on that, you could do normal ping bean daily, because normal ping bean can also drop the black bean mark. If you can see that in the drop list.
I got that before too.
But you can never have too many of those until you Star Force them all the way up, right? You can get them Star Forced into the danger of booming. And then that will mean that you don't have to basically get another eye accessory until the eye patch drop from Hard Damien, which is at this point for everyone else the end game. So that'll be just the only step in between that and the final one.
Okay.
So maximizing your exposure to potentially getting a bunch of those is a good idea early on if you want to set up your account for success. And then if you do skip a few days or you don't feel like it, that's not too bad, right? But if you never do it, you're slowing down the potentiality of that next step.
Okay, that makes perfect sense.
But I like those because it's like multiple birds with one stone kind of thing, right? You're progressing on cup. Every single time you kill the boss, you have a chance for a cup. You can get belts as well, which are very useful to transfer hammer into superior belts later, so you need those as well. Plus, you get a decent amount of stones of time, which can NPC for 1 mil each, so that's a little bit of extra money. And you can get a chance for the black bean mark, so you hit a lot of different things there, so that's why I like them a lot.
Okay. Definitely going to be doing that. I have been running it daily. No cup or...
No, yeah. Well, you have no drop rate, right? So now you're getting the posted rates now, so which are trash, right? But once you get the drop rate rolling, now you're going to start seeing way more. I'm running it on my Dark Knight, who has like around 200%, and I'm seeing a cup and a belt drop on normal more often than I only see one or no drop. So it does go up there quite nicely.
That is cool.
Yep.
That's definitely cool. So, pendants. The Chaos Horntail necklace needs to be replaced probably by a Mechanator in immediate short term.
Why?
Why would
you replace them?
Doesn't the mech have more stars that you can Star Force it? And doesn't it have, isn't it a higher item level so you can have better, I don't know what I'm trying to say. But It for sure is. It's a better item. I think it has better stats or bonuses, and then it just has more stars.
So we could
So
check,
that's why I
right?
would
If you
replace
go
it.
to the boss content, drops from Arcarium.
Arcarium, yeah.
So if you click on Arc, you can see the stats there. You see it's part of the same stat bonus. It has the same stats and the same stars. It's also level 120. What you're thinking
Oh.
about is probably the Dominator pendant, which looks
Oh
like
yeah,
the
yeah. I'm
Mechanator,
thinking
but is
about
the
the
red
Dami.
one. Yeah.
Yeah.
The red one, but it is very, very rare. So again, this is why I like Arc as a daily, because you can get Mechanators. You can maybe get a Mechanator with a nice flame on it. You can get maybe Primal Essences, which can be used later to craft Meister Rings, which are rings that are level 140, which means 140 means they can go up to 22 start, well, up to 25 technically, but let's say 22. And there's a small chance for Dominators. All of these things, again, compounded in one boss, so that's good.
Well, you can have 2 pendants equipped, so I guess in the short term I would have the Chaos and the Mechanator.
Exactly. The Mechanator is better, though.
Why?
But
I'm just curious.
Because it has flame advantage. So the flames on the Mechanator will, on average, be higher. It'll always drop 4 lines instead of 1 to 4, and it'll draw from a pool of higher tier flame outcomes compared to a Chaos Horntail Pendant. That's why on a Chaos Horntail Pendant, you don't really care about the flame. It's whatever. But on the Mechanator, if you run the boss for like a week and you get a few Mechanators, you can just check whichever one has the best flame and then commit to that one. So that's like a little bit extra meta when you're working on your drop on Meso gear. Typically, you work on the rings first. Why? Because once you have the piece, you're done because they cannot get flames. But in the time that you're working on that, you might be able to do normal arc 5 times, 10 times, 15 times before you get to the pendants. And now you have 15 chances of maybe getting a better flame. That means you didn't have to spend any money on getting a flame, but you end up with a better piece that gives you more damage, which means you need less damage on all the other pieces to make up for it. So that's like a little bit, it's a little bit more min-maxy, but by shifting the order of which you work in things, maybe also in this 15 days, maybe one of the Mechanators you get is an epic one. And now you saved yourself a whole tier, right? That's possible. So you're always trying to look at the potentiality of valuing your time by giving yourself more time on things. Same thing with like the eye and the face accessory, right? For Zakum. Right now you have them, but maybe you do normal Zakum. Maybe you get even to Chaos Zakum. Way higher chance of dropping, right? The eye in the face. Maybe an epic one drops. Maybe one with a better flame drops. And now you can commit to that one instead, because how much Star Force do they have? 8 or 10, right? You can replace that immediately. That doesn't matter at all. But this eye accessory has 0 flame score. Well, it's 5 attacks, so that's like 15. The face accessory has 18 and 3. That's not too bad. That one's pretty good. But if you get another eye accessory, it'd be worth just ditching the 8 stars, because that's super cheap, right? For a flame that might be worth way more than this one, in the time that you're waiting to have enough money to upgrade it anyway. So that way you can kind of like min-max your time a bit more. Yeah.
So as I'm running it, if I get a better one, just throw it on.
Yeah, don't be afraid to like abandon. And that's why the calculators are useful, right? Sometimes you've already invested quite a lot of money, and that was a lot of money back then when you invested into it. But when you come back to an item and you're upgrading it to a new piece, maybe at that point it's a better idea to just abandon the thing you already invested into, because just the flame on another item could be worth more than all of the upgrades combined on one piece. But how do you know that? You have to just throw it into the calculator and find out what the value is. Because, yeah, I'm not expecting anyone, I can't do that, like to just glean off of the numbers of an item like, oh, this is worth exactly 18,340,000,000 mesos or something. I don't know that shit, right? So that's why time is also just a valuable resource. Time and drop rate, time plus drop rate, plus runs equals backups equals potential, so that could be something juicy that comes out of that.
Okay,
yeah.
so
Mechanator and Chaos Horntail, that's a perfect set. If you get a Dominator by then, you could maybe upgrade, but probably not. It's a very, very
I'm not gonna see it. I did like 180 something runs on my buck and never seen one drop.
Yeah, I think I did on like your first 3 runs, or you have to wait 6 months. I think it's one of the. It's one of those
I'm not worried about that anytime soon, because I've been through that struggle before. It sucks. In the meantime, though, the Horntail neck. So a good example of what we were just talking about is abandoning gear. I just noticed I have a Chaos Horntail necklace in my inventory that has plus 4% all stat, and that's going to be better than the one I have equipped right now, even though it's 12-star.
Yep. So. Richard was talking about it. I think there's a 1+1 Star Force event soon That's a really good way of just getting low-level gear like you have, just really quickly up to 12, because for every successful star you get 2 instead of 1, and it works at 10 as well, so you can get to 12 really, really cheaply. So that's a good idea to, once you have your gear at that point, to then just upgrade it and get it super cheap.
Okay.
Because right now the 12, you know, that's by far the biggest investment you've made in this piece, so letting that go might feel a little bit bad, but knowing that that event is coming...
I accidentally tapped it to 12 too.
I've done that before.
It to 11 and it
no
just
worries.
went.
You're just clicking and before you know it...
Yeah.
Yeah, back in the day,
the
animation was way slower, so it wouldn't really happen, but... Or it would happen because you would get distracted and just nod off. But yeah, now you're just clicking, before you know it, it's 12. Yeah, it happens. July 7th, Richard said. Okay, July 7th, the 1+1. So for all the new accounts, it's a really good value of getting all your stuff to 12-star.
I'm writing that down.
Like your CLA gear.
So I have a pendant of the spirit equipped right now too. So I guess immediate short term is just going to be replace the Chaos Horntail necklace with the Mechanator.
Well, you could make 2 different setups, right? You could make a bossing. It's kind of up to you, but yeah, you could make a mobbing one and then a more bossing or drop rate. In the beginning, your bossing and your drop rate set is going to be exactly the same, right? You're just going to be, your accessories are just going to be utility and not as much damage. But it's usually once you switch from like this accessory set into completing your Superior Golic set and maybe with Sweetwater accessories, that's when you really start making the distinction between one set only for mobbing and bossing, and then for the, you know, for opening the box, and the other one only for bossing, one for mobbing and drop, and the other one exclusively for bossing. And that's just because the set bonus on Superior Golics. Yeah.
Okay. I actually never got any superiors. I had like maybe 180 Golix coins when I stopped playing last time on my buck.
That's one. It's about a quarter. It's about a quarter of one piece. But again, if you build up the drop rate faster, you increase the likelihood of getting the drops by the time you have enough coins to buy the remaining 2 pieces, and then you might actually have the full set, you know, at an earlier date, and then you can move on to the next project faster, right?
Yeah.
So that ID boss is just so good.
Yeah. So weapon, man.
Weapon.
So this is a fake lab. I cannot change the potential, but I can't star it. But I'm definitely not starring it anytime soon because it's very expensive.
But you also can't star it. Star Force is also.
Oh, you can't.
You can only do one thing with it.
What can you do with it?
Well, what's left? Yep, you can flame it.
Okay. Not gonna be doing that. I don't.
Well,
for the weapon,
how long are you gonna be using it? Right. That's the first question.
Exactly.
Whether it's worth it or not. How long are you gonna use it?
Well, I'm gonna be using it through 4-door. Because
what's the next weapon?
Isn't the Fafnir weapon better than the fake Solab because you can push it further?
It could be because of the potential, right? And the set bonus. It could be better, but I think that falls.
It's a real Abso lab.
Yeah, and then the next one would be real Abso. I think that I would say that falls with the current amount of power creep and how quickly you can progress. I think that falls under a sideways upgrade. I would look after this towards a real Abso lab. So that does mean that you're going to use this for a bit, and you're going to use this to kill Lotus and Damien. So I would invest some flames into it, mainly because your weapon flame is the most important flame in your entire account, because it can get weapon attack based on percentage of your base. And really early on, your total weapon attack is super low, right? Remember stat equivalency and where the value comes from and the balance of your stats. Your total attack really only starts going up if you go past 15 stars on stuff. You're not going to be doing that for a while. So basically all the attack is coming from your weapon and a little bit from set bonuses. So if you can increase the base attack on your weapon with flames, that is a big percentage impact on your total account, especially once you start hitting percentage attack on your emblem and your secondary. That's going to multiply that even harder.
Okay.
Yeah. So if you look at the progression grid,
idea.
Weapon flame, early on, weapon flame. So you want to look for tier 5 plus or tier 6 on weapon attack. So if you need to know how much it is, you can check flames. You can check the score calculator. This is like the long division version of it, right? You can look at the base attack is 154. It's a level 160 item. So you can see here, you're looking for tier 5 plus or tier 6. So that's going to give you either 47 or up to 62 weapon attack in the flame.
Okay.
Which is
weapon attack.
47. Yeah, so you want to aim for 47 with something else. So now you have the plus part. You're right. You have 15% damage. It's not bad. But this is only when bossing. This is only when bossing. Critical rate might not be necessary. Your potential is kind of dead. So like mobbing-wise, this weapon is going to hold you back. So we want that flat attack to also help you with mobbing, again, so that when we get only utility from the accessories, we're not hurt in our kill speed, right? Because you want to make sure your kill speed is good first. You can kill the monsters, and then you want to get more drop and meso from them. But we can do that because of how strong you can be. If, for some reason, you would need stat on your accessories in order to be able to kill monsters at all, then you wouldn't want to go for drop or meso this early, because then you're hurting the amount of monsters you kill more than you're gaining in the quality versus quantity, right? That makes sense?
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
Can we look at the flame calculator again real quick?
Sure.
So I just want to learn how to use it real quick. Just
sure. Yeah. Your base dex character. Want to select that?
Yes.
And then here you could select late game because you're not going to be end game for a bit.
Yes.
Yeah. So for weapon, it's pretty straightforward. The number here, I could put the number in if you hit a 62 and then click calculate and it would show tier 6. Or you can just look at the roster up here and it'll already show you which numbers you can expect.
I guess an important question to ask is how do I know if something has flame advantage?
Yeah, in the video I go into that. There is a list of it.
Okay,
basically, the only thing that isn't flame advantage is the superior all the Golok stuff essentially all doesn't have flame advantage, and all of the Sweetwater stuff all doesn't have flame advantage, and then there are a few other items, so like Horntail Pendant and Chaos Horntail Pendant. As far as
so I can just assume everything apart from that.
Yeah, once you go through the video and everything and you look at the differences between flame advantage and what it means, as soon as you look at an item, you'll be able to tell, because flame advantage items always have 4 lines of stat modifiers, or four lines is a little bit bad because it could be strength and dex and flat strength, and then it'll only show and then like strength and luck, and it'll show like 3 stats, but it's actually 4, right? Because they can cluster together in bigger stats. But then you'll be able to see by how big the numbers are that is multiple things. So when I show a flame here on my superior, like you can see this doesn't have flame advantage because it just has 16 strength and 1800 HP. Like where's the rest? That's only 2, right? So this is not, so that's superior, that's not flame advantage. If you look at the Berserk, it got 25 dex and 25 int and 2880 HP and 4 attack and 15% required level. That's technically possible by the amount of lines that it doesn't have flame advantage, but not because it has 2880. If you look up the tier, you'll see that that's out of the range of non-flame advantage items. But now you're getting into some advanced shit. It's better to just know, in terms of your progression, which items don't have flame advantage. It's basically just the Horntail Pendants, Sweetwater, and Golics.
So looking at this calculator right now, and I look at when you type in the weapon level, that's because it's required level 160, obviously. The base attack you have is 154 because the white number next to attack power is 154.
Yep.
And then I noticed that there is no attack power flame on this item.
Yep.
So that's what
all the attack power you hit is like pure gains. Well, you're gonna lose the 12% boss damage and the 3% damage probably, but it's gonna be pretty much a flat up gain compared to what you have now. So for mobbing, it's gonna help you a lot maintain your kill speed.
So that's what I'm looking for. Is I'm looking for that weapon flame tier 5+. So I want a green number of 47 or higher next to weapon attack or attack power.
Yeah, the plus plus talks about other stats that also give you damage. So the plus goes into percentage boss damage, percentage damage, all stat. Because you'd be sacrificing, right? If you hit a tier 5, 47, but it also gives you like 10% boss damage and 5% all stat or something, that combined stat could be better than just the one tier. Because if you look, the reason you need the attack is because the tiers of attack are a percentage of the base attack of the weapon. So the lower the level the item, the less impactful an extra tier is. That's only plus 15 attack. If you look at like the legendary like wands that start with like 400, an extra tier, why people look for tier 7 is because that gives you an extra 54 extra attack, which is huge, multiplied with all the percentage magic attack. But if you go lower, because they're so much closer, it could be worth just sitting on a tier 5 if there's enough extra stats on top of it to kind of like sweeten the deal, basically, to make up for that 15.
Okay. That makes sense.
If you want, you can check here. Wait, we have the calculator, right? Oop.
I have been, luckily, I've been bookmarking every single resource that you have been putting into chat so I can have it for later.
What?
All into
60.
MapleStory resources.
Yeah, this one is a bit harder now because this one looks into flame score. So you have to know the stat equivalency of percentage damage and stuff as well. So you can just use the base numbers, but you have to like start calculating a bit more for the flame calculator to see how much it will cost. But trust me, like tier 6 is okay. If you're actively looking for it, it's going to take forever, but it is it's like maybe like 20 flames on average or something. It's very low compared to some of the other crazy gains. Yeah.
So I have 50 Karma Black Rebirth Flames from the weekly. Good idea to throw those on that weapon.
So you want to, so it's probably in your situation, it's probably a decent idea. Did you have, do you already have them picked up? Did you already have a timer on them?
I have not claimed them yet. No.
Okay. Because those black flames, you typically want to use those on things you use longer. So black flames means that you can use them over a flame and you can keep the existing flame or the new one. So that's the extra value that they have. And because they're the black flames, they also have the highest possible tier. If you have any in the event, if you don't have any other, then you want to use these. But if you have just regular powerful flames or regular even eternal flames that you can use, then that would be probably
I don't
better.
think I do, unfortunately.
But I don't think we get any. Maybe an event shop, maybe. In the event shops themselves, maybe you can buy some.
Oh, yeah, I think there are some in there. I'm going to
double check. From the weeklies, right? From the weekly bossing shop, if you start building up those.
Unfortunately, I can't really. I haven't been able to. I don't
No, not yet. But the event is until end of August, right? So you will start building up some. So if you start doing like CRA and stuff, you could probably use the powerful, just the regular powerful ones on here. And I would save... I'd save the black flames probably towards if you can get your actual Absolab gear or actual Absolab weapon. Probably try to keep it on those. Yeah, or maybe on the real CRA gear. That would be like as close to that as possible because we'll have a 150 and 160 gear both with flame advantage.
Okay. Okay, cool. Yeah, that's what I'm going to try to do. Since I haven't claimed them, that's a good idea. Just hold off a bit.
Yeah, and, again, you don't want to FOMO too hard, but if the event lasts a while and there might be multiple options, then sometimes it's okay to just hold on to them for a little bit to see if more options open themselves up.
Okay. So, I don't have a belt yet, so probably just pink bean belt.
Yeah, and that one's really good because
yeah.
If you do invest into it in Star Force, it can transfer hammer directly into Superior, which is going to be your belt all the way up until the end when you get like the Lucid belt, which is super, super far away because you need like 7 different drops from really high level bosses that are super rare, and you need to get them to 22 stars before they're even worth switching out of Superior. So, Pink Bean Belt, really good to get to Epic, get those base stats, then prioritize on Star Force, and you can get a lot of backups, so it can be easy fodder to transfer over into the Superior Belt and get a really nice Superior Belt, which is typically going to be a huge upgrade because Superior Belt has really good base weapon attack. It's got like 35 or something, which is really high for anything in that level of the game. Yeah.
And what did you say the next belt would be after the Superior Belt?
The Lucid Belt.
Lucid Belt, okay.
Lucid Dreamy Belt?
Yeah, Lucid Dreamy.
Yeah, most of the time it looks like this. Oh no, I drop all my traces, but usually looks transparent in your inventory. Yeah, when you blow it up and don't get it to 22.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, the
CZAC Belt is also good. So CZAC Belt can be good, but CZAC Belt is level 150 and it's the same level as a Superior Belt. So you typically don't want to get that one because then you cannot transfer your investments over into the next belt. So ideally, you go for... Yeah, you could technically go for Sengoku Treasure Belt, but remember, the damage increase is highly inflated visually, and you don't want to go by that too much because there's damage percentage in the set bonus, so that belt will look a lot better than it actually is. Pink Beam, Golden Clover Belt, whatever the fuck it is, the Pink Beam Belt is just generally the standard because of the, being able to transition your progress,
Okay. Cool. So, hat.
Yep.
This is a time duration-based hat. My favorite part about MapleStory. I love the items that expire. I dream about this stuff.
Nightmares, yeah.
Yeah, and dream nightmares. Oh, the FOMO.
Yeah.
Okay, so this obviously is probably going to be replaced by the real thing once I can clear the chaos variants of 4-door.
Yep. Would you do anything to it?
Probably
can you do anything to it?
Flames, but the flame is plus 6%, so probably not worth doing anything.
The potential is epic, and it's not doing anything. If you have some
I could cube it.
mythical cubes, I would get 3 or 6% on it. Because all the little bits help, right? You got like 10 items you can get 6% on. That's 60% dex. Now it's a pretty big deal, right? So if you have some of those cubes, I would throw some on there just see if you can pull 3 or 6% out of your ass, honestly.
Okay.
Just to make the clears a little bit easier. If you want to make it harder, right, and you don't want to, you can want to see if you could do it without. You could do that too.
I would like to cube it for sure.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I have like 150 mystical cubes right now or something. I could definitely use that on that.
There's a good chance that in like
too.
5 to 10 you already pull 3% out.
Yeah. So once I get the real piece, I'm going to want to star that to 10 star probably. That's what I'm going to start with.
Yep. Maybe 12 in the event, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
Maybe 12 star if I get it done in time for the event. Sorry, just writing notes. So take it a 10 star. Probably if it doesn't have a potential, I'm gonna have to throw a potential on it, and then I'm probably gonna want to take it to legendary.
Well, remember 2 things, right? Remember Transfer Hammer. If you find, for example, like an epic penciler hat, which is 140, and you give that 1 star, then you can transfer that over into the new hat that you're getting, and you're basically getting 100% epic potential scroll for a hat out of that.
That's a good idea. I'm gonna just keep all the penciler I drop to see what happens.
Yeah, just see if it's epic, right? See if it has you can see if it has a purple border. If it does, if it has a regular potential, then what you're getting potentially out of it is a potential scroll and maybe a stamp if it has 3 lines. So that still also has some value early on, because stamps and potential scrolls don't grow on trees early on in the game.
No, they're kind of expensive too.
Yeah, you don't want to dump your money into that. What do you want to dump your money into?
Star forcing and
a little bit, but mostly
flames. No.
Maybe on the weapon. But what are we mostly going to be spending our money on?
For the hat?
No, not on the hat, right? We're going to spend it on trying to get a good potential, on the emblem in the secondary, and then all accessories.
Okay.
That has to get done. Or it doesn't have to. You can do whatever the fuck you want. You know, you can scratch your ass with your account over your computer if you want to. But if whatever that was. But if you get those accessories on point, the earlier you get them, the more value all of your time will be getting, and the more you can focus on just having fun and still progressing. And the less you're going to have to constantly min-max all the little boxes and all the dailies and all the weeklies to make sure that you get some kind of value out of it.
Okay. So how would that apply to
so I wouldn't get this hat to legendary, except if you talk to other Angelic Busters and you got the class Discord and they say, yo, getting like 2 or 3 second cooldown reduction, right, which is only in legendary, makes your character just like the bee's knees, and you just increase your damage by like 200%, then legendarying the hat and getting those lines on it is going to be top priority. But as far as I know, it's not for this character, so it's perfectly fine to keep it epic. And once all the other stuff is done, and you're waiting for backups and getting event, you're going more for Star Force. Because remember, CRA, top hat bottom, has a lot of junk lines. So the higher you go in tier, the more expensive it'll be to get the same kind of gains out of it that you want to get. So you don't want to go too high Star Force on top hat and bottom.
Okay. So then the next upgrade would be the Absolab gear.
So there are situations where that happens, but typically no. Typically you keep CRA. Why? Because Absolab is harder to replace, and you will be more likely getting to high Star Force with CRA, therefore making it harder to replace it with Abso and more expensive. And the second thing is the set bonus. Remember, a piece by itself is almost never best in slot in MapleStory. It always have to do with how far you can upgrade it, being backups and being cost, and what are the other pieces it synergizes with. What we found is that the 3 set bonus of the top, the head, and the bottom, plus how easily they are upgradable, makes it more reliable to keep those pieces. And for the Abso pieces, only go up to the 5 set with the hat. With not the hat, with the shoe. The glove, the shoulder, the cape, and the weapon. That 5 set. That 5 set plus the 3 set of the CRA with the hat, the top, and the bottom. That combination of how well you can upgrade them and their set bonus respectively, interacting with each other, makes more sense because Absolab gets their set bonus from an overall. And that breaks the CRA pieces in 2, and it reduces the amount of potential lines from 6 to 3. The flames from 2 to 1. The Star Force bonus from, whatever stars divided by 2. So it doesn't make sense to switch out of that. So we keep the set bonus and we keep the hat. There are exceptions, but that's for other characters, not for you.
Okay, so I'm going to keep the CRA for a long time, I guess, until I can get Arcanes.
Yeah, and that's why we want to get it to, until Arcanes, And then even Arcane hat, we also don't switch. For the same reason, because Arcane has the overall. We only switch hats into Eternal, so after Arcane. That's when you start switching the hat. And at that point, you can imagine... Again, you don't switch the hat, but you're going to switch hats, if you know what I mean. You're going to keep CRA hat, but you're going to have like 6 or 7 different CRA hats all through your life. Different stars, different potentials, different flames on it, right? Mm-hmm. It's going to be functionally a different piece, even though it's always going to be a CRA hat.
Okay.
Yeah, I have just switched mine out once I hit 22 stars on an Eternal, and I got lucky hitting it on my first one. And that finally switched out CRA after, 6 years or something. Yeah.
Okay, so hat gonna be with me for a long time.
Yeah, but again, that doesn't mean that you go super hard on the potential, because typically going a long time and replacing it with itself, so going into a trace if it booms, does mean that you can go higher on the potential early. But remember, hats, top and bottom, a lot of junk lines, very expensive to get the stats from. So typically high priority for Star Force instead, because you can get a lot of backups for it early.
Okay, I'm writing that in all caps.
Yeah. It's probably the first pieces are going to go to 17, first pieces are going to see 18, first pieces are going to see 19, first ones are going to see 21, and the first ones are going to see 22 of your entire account.
Okay.
Yeah.
And you said the pieces that we put Absolab on would be the same as the Arcane. Was that shoes, gloves, hat, shoulder, cape?
Yep. That goes from whatever junk you can get your hands on now, essentially, into Absolab, and then into maybe into for the junk, including also Tyrant. So Tyrant Cape probably that's really, really solid from HMAG, right? And then into Absolab, and then all of those pieces one at a time as you get them into Arcane. Yeah. And then the weapon goes into the Liberated weapon after 8 months of Black Mage. That's the whole thing, right? And then the set bonus with maybe Eternal starts breaking up Arcane. New boss in 6 months, Limbo. Finally has all the Eternal pieces in the entire account. Yeah. So that's It's only a few steps, but it's years of work in most cases. Yeah.
Yeah. Years
Especially if you're going to add it solo, it's gotta be a while. So yeah, so some pieces you're just gonna sit on for longer. Like most people just get 17 star Abso and then go 17 Arcane and then slowly work up Arcanes. You're probably gonna go 17 Abso, probably go into 20 Abso, maybe into 21 Abso, slowly go into Arcane weapon first, and then slowly work up your Arcane pieces and probably get them to 19 or 21 each before you even switch over, because you're gonna have higher Star Force Abso, so your Arcane is gonna have to be stronger to even be an upgrade for you.
Okay.
You're going to be more demanding of the pieces because you need way more damage solo to be able to kill these things to even get the drops. Otherwise, there's not even an upgrade possible for you.
Yeah.
For you?
Okay.
Yeah.
This is a
Which is
lot
also
to
why
think
I would
about.
use the black flames on the Abzo, because you're going to keep them so much longer, right? I remember when you transfer hammer into it, it doesn't roll over the Abzo, so you can flame them early on.
Okay. Okay. So I guess face accessories next.
Yep. Face and eye. There's a lot of possibilities here. There's a lot of different... if you're going to be soloing, you're going to have all the chance of all the drops, but you're going to take longer to get there because you need all the damage. So face accessory, again, this one goes... well, we go back to what would you do with it, right? I guess you can... Yeah, you can take eye and face together maybe because they both drop from Zakum right now.
Yeah, the face doesn't get replaced until Twilight Mark, right?
You could go for the Sweetwater Tattoo. I personally like that as an option, especially if you're going to do solo.
I've never gotten any Sweetwater gear, so...
Yeah, I would... If you're going to do solo progression, I would highly advise to do Sweetwater. Basically, you can just... If you do the content, you can guarantee yourself pieces that are level 160. They don't have set bonus, and they don't have flame advantage. But since they're level 160, they can go past 15 stars. And you can just keep getting backups from it, not reliant on a boss party, not reliant on being super strong, just reliant on putting the time in consistently. You will get stronger pieces. And I think as a solo progressor, you can get a lot of damage there. So definitely the tattoo. I would definitely advise that. And your first Dominator, I would, if you're soloing, also advise for your first Dominator to go to 16 and work on transposing and into the Sweetwater Pendant and working on getting that Star Force up. Those will be super strong pieces. The eye, the monocle, I wouldn't advise. I would advise to do what we talked about and do the pink bean and try to go for the black bean mark, just because that has flame advantage and has set bonus. So that'll overcome the possible stars past 20 that you could get from the eye, from the monocle. And then that way also you don't do all three of the accessories on Sweetwater, because then that would put a very heavy burden on that resource, and then you'd have to start thinking about, you know, dividing up the resource there, kind of like with your Gollux coins, right? You don't want to have too many chefs in the kitchen, kind of thing.
Gotcha.
For Commercy, I have the exclamation mark Commercy command. It talks about like doing the short-term or the long-term approach. You want you to do the long-term one for that, where you basically just work on building up your boat first. You invest all your dineros, all of your gold into your boat, and then once you get to the level 3 Dreadnought, you'll be able to do more voyages per day and pick more items up per voyage, and you'll be just shitting out dineros like crazy in just 5 or 6 months of dailies per day.
Okay.
And then you'll be able to afford a backup every week, essentially. So then you can start going ham on just start forcing it really far and realistically having enough backups for that.
Okay. And for the Sweetwater Tattoo, I'm gonna want to... Is that gonna stay with me for a long time?
Yeah, that's gonna be one of those where if you do boom it, it's gonna trace anyway. And accessories are among the highest in terms of value per meso spent on potential. So there you're going to go to Legendary very quickly because it's level 160. So you also get the higher tier, and you get the high return on the one. So for the first one, you're probably going to go higher on potential, but you're not going to go too high on Star Force until you have the Dreadnought built out and you have backups, and then you're going to go... But then you're going to go on backups. It's going to pretty much follow CRA. Like, it's probably going to be like one step below it. So if you go 19 there, that one's probably going to go to 17. You're going to go 21 there. The other one's probably going to go to 19. If you're going to go 22 on CRA, that one's probably going to go to 21. Right? It's going to be like one step behind. But as you have backups, you can't risk pretty much on that one.
Okay. So, get Sweetwater Tattoo Face accessory, get it to Legendary, don't go too high in Star Force until you have Dreadnought and have many backups, just because of the nature of booming items.
Exactly.
And then I figure after that, eventually would be a Twilight Mark.
Yeah, so you could Twilight Mark to replace it. You can use them as each other's backup. So it's possible that your first tattoo gets up to 17, and then that allows you to get a Twilight Mark. You get the Twilight Mark up to 19. That means you can get the tattoo up to 17, up to 19, and then you just elevator them up, and maybe nothing booms, and your very first tattoo ends up going to 21, and your very first Twilight ends up going to 22, and now all your dineros can go to your pendant backups. That's possible. Okay. What's also possible is you get your first Twilight, you try to get out to 19, it booms, you keep using your tattoo. Or you get your it goes up to 19, your first Twilight. You try to get the tattoo up to 19. It booms. You wait until another backup, and you maybe get to 21. Now you can do Twilight maybe to 22, or maybe by that time you get a Berserk from Hard Lotus, and now you can say, oh, I'm going to do the Berserk from Hard Lotus to 22. If that goes, you don't need any more Twilights. Maybe the tattoo you have can become... Now you start going into like the late game to end game stage of the drop rate gear, where you do eventually, you might want to get Starforce strong drop rate gear when you completely retire your boss accessory piece, because all the stages of drop rate gear, right? You go for 5 and 4, you go for 5 and 4 with stat, you go for a secondary stat of 9 to 10 drop rate lines for when you're opening boxes to min-max your drop rate, to min-max your backups. Then you go for hybrid, 5-line meso, 10-line drop, up to that. Probably still on the boss accessory stuff. And then the last step is to go for that same 5 and 10, but on strong Starforce pieces. Ideally on 8 pieces, so you work around a Spirit Pendant, so you can wear a Spirit Pendant and wear all your drop and meso pieces, and still get up max meso and drop. In that last situation, you usually start using the pieces that were damage gear for a while, and that are still legendary, that are just sitting in your inventory, remember, holding on to stuff that might have value later. And then you repurpose their potential into the combination of drop and meso, what you were talking about early, a little bit too early. I try to get the hybrid lines, what we talked about, so that you can get all the lines done. So there could be some pieces, maybe like a 21 Twilight or a 19 tattoo into a 21 tattoo, like that they come back again and get value back for your account in terms of, in the form of drop rate gear.
Okay.
But you want to keep your options open there. Yeah. Again, there's no set bonus on the Twilight. The set bonus on... there is set bonus on Twilight. There's no set bonus on the tattoo, I meant. The set bonus on the Twilight is a 2 set with the ring, right? With the slime ring when you get it. It could become a 2 set with the Dawn pendant when you get it, which drops from Heart of Vihila and... or I think also Normal Vihila, Heart of Vihila and Saren. And when you get that 2 set bonus and you have a Berserk, then you can universally just switch over to a Berserk. And that set bonus is no longer something you have to think about. Again, always thinking about the set bonuses, the pieces, the other pieces that it's combining with, right? Not just the piece itself.
Okay. So that...
But those are the only relevant pieces for face.
Okay, yeah.
Yep.
So I'm pretty much going to be sticking with the Black Bean Mark for quite a bit.
Yeah.
I don't even know what replaces it, to be honest.
Yeah, technically it could be a Papulatus Mark if you get it very high up, but they're super rare, and exactly, that laugh says it all. You could, if you want a more realistic one, if you get an iPad, if you get a Papulatus Mark, get it to 16, transpose it into a monocle, and then try to get that one up to 22. Except because the flame doesn't transfer over anymore, it's a big investment for a pretty small upgrade compared to Black Bean Mark. Again, because Black Bean Mark has a set bonus and has a flame advantage. So you have to overcome a lot of inert advantage that item has. And it's probably been with you for a while, so it probably has a decent flame as well. On top of the advantage already. So basically, what you replace it with is if you hit a magic eye patch from Hard Damien. The pitch piece. Okay. That's, essentially it.
And I wouldn't even think about making the Sweetwater Monocle until I already have the eye accessory and the... until I have the other pieces that you discussed in the getting first.
Yeah, and it can be pretty expensive. The pendant is a bit more expensive. Transposing costs 10 dineros per attempt, up to 10 attempts per day. So that could be 100 dineros up to for... I don't know. If you're unlucky, that could take you like 2 weeks to do. So that could be 1,400 dineros that you're looking at. So... And then the backups for the other pieces, I think it's best to never set yourself up for, I want to get all of my accessories through dineros, and I want to transpose multiple pieces, because, then you're looking at a pretty big project there.
Okay. So I'm going to want to push the Black Bean Mark relatively far then.
Yeah, I mean, you can start with 10, you can start with 12, but you can get it to Legendary to be your drop and meso piece if you want to, or if it rolls Dex, right? Typically, people get Legendary Aquatic Letter Eye Accessory first, and get that for drop or meso, and then get the Black Beam Mark directly for damage. And then as you get backups and as events go on, as your standard of income and everything goes up, you start force it slowly up towards 20.
Okay. That's what I'm writing down right now.
Kind of like following where, you know, as you have backups, kind of like following CRA. You're basically just always following the lead of CRA because that's where you have the most backups. So that's where the risk assessment will just be the lowest for the gains.
Okay. And then I'm going to probably want to flame it and get probably, like you said, take it to like 10 or 12 stars. And then maybe later on take it to like 17 or 21, I guess, if I don't get anything.
The black beam mark, right?
Yeah, the black bean mark.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, so for this one, you can still wait. You can still do Zakum daily. You might be able to do CZAC weekly for a while until you have to dedicate to your aquatic letter. So you might get one with like a way better flame. So, you know, something like at least like 40 to 50 flame score is pretty doable. But yeah, you can already see like your eye accessor here as a, well, it's like 50-ish. So, you know, that's already pretty nice for something around that level. That's a good standard. You know, something like this flame is a good standard for all the boss accessory stuff that can get boss flame. So like a cup, a belt, eye, phase, mechanator, earrings. If you get the other earrings, we'll probably get to that in a little bit. Yeah. It's just like 50 score, but like on 7 pieces is 350 stats suddenly, right? And it's like, oh, it's only 3 or 6% on an item, but on like 10 items, it's only like 45%. Multiply the 45% with a 250 stat. Well, now suddenly it's 400 and something stat. Now suddenly it's a bigger chunk, right? And now every other thing just becomes a little bit more easier.
Okay. So I am topless.
Hot? Okay.
Yep. Topless Angelic Buster running around. I sold it by accident. Didn't realize that I sold it.
Ooh,
went back to buy it back, and it was gone. So.
Yeah, if you log out, so you can get up to 10 items that you can buy back, and if you sell your 11th item, your first item will be off the list.
Yep.
So if you ever need to think about that, up to 10 items, and if you relog, it completely wipes your history of rebuying.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
For everyone at home, that might happen. Yeah. You can technically put in a ticket with support, see if they'll give it back to you. I think you'll be fine.
I've tried before, and it didn't.
It didn't? Okay.
They just didn't. I don't even think they even got back to me ever.
So
I did this one time with my fake Solab on my Buccaneer, dude. On
they have gotten better, though. I don't know how long ago it was. They have gotten better with reissuing people's stuff. Yeah. It might work now, but so if you want to get into that. Or you could do Von Bon first. Von Bon is the easiest of all the CRA bosses. And if you get his cleared, you would get a real piece, and it would just fill up the set bonus of the ones you already have.
Okay.
So that is, you know, your challenging first chapter of your solo progression. That could be something that you go to. Yep, 222. As long as you get all of your stuff a little bit in order, you know, you get a little bit of the potential, like the things that we talked about. Von Bon should be doable pretty quickly.
Okay. So I'm going to try to get a real piece, and then I'm just going to do exactly what we were talking about with the hat for it. Just, you know, 10 star, maybe 12 star, epic potential 6%, just because it has all these garbage lines that I can roll. It's too expensive to take further. And then don't...
For Transfer Hammer, there's one small exception, because it has to be like the same type of item. Because overalls and tops and bottoms take up the same spots, you can Transfer Hammer a top into an overall, and pants into an overall, or you can Transfer Hammer an overall into a pants or tops, but not pants into tops or vice versa. So if you find like penciler overall with epic potential, again, that's basically a free epic potential scroll for you once you get your real CRA top and bottom.
Okay.
In the past, it was more relevant because like stuff would drop from. You remember, Runes of Riches still exists, right? Where there's like a. I don't think they do the thing anymore, but used to be a case where, from at the end of a boss fight or with a Rune of Riches, that like a little monster would fly around and would drop a bunch of shit, and then you could get epic items really easily from that. But they got rid of all the easy ways of getting epic items early on. Like Julieta was Monad was another way of getting epic items early on, but they got rid of all of that sadly. So.
Okay.
That's a little shit. Yeah. But you can still get it from a drop. You know, there's plenty of penciler that drop, so if there's only one epic there, then boom, games.
So is the top another case, like with the hat, you're only going to really switch to Eternals?
Yep.
Okay.
Switch to Eternals, yep. So they were with you for a long time. That means that you can invest in the flame pretty heavily because it is one of the highest level flame advantage items you get early on. The potential again is pretty shitty compared to the pants are the best out of the 3 with CRA, but they're still kind of shitty. Still down there. But the top is going to be in the same situation where it's all the way until Eternal, and you get backups at the same pace because you're doing CRA early on and you keep doing it forever for easy money.
Okay, and then just go heavy into stars once I have a lot of backups.
Yeah, once you have a lot of backups, eventually it's going to go past. Yeah, once you have all the drop rate gear and all that in order. Yeah.
Okay, so now we're on the bottom. Bottom's the same exact thing again.
Mm-hmm.
Bottom.
Yeah, right now, same like the hat, right? You could do the potential a little bit, get some decks out of there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, if you have a flame, you could throw them on there, but I think you're going to be really close to already being strong enough to do CRA, so you're going to replace it with the real stuff early. Do remember, though, don't throw too much money too quickly at the real stuff while you still have the fake stuff, because it comes as 15 stars and epic potential. At this point of the game, getting things to 15 and epic potential and rolling and maybe a flame might be pretty expensive. Yeah, so if you do open the pieces and it comes out with a really good flame that already is better than what you have now, then switch. But otherwise, it's okay to keep these pieces for a while and just throw all that money in towards emblem secondary and then the accessories just until that's settled, and then you can always just wait for an event and then switch over,
Yeah,
you can be patient with these.
That's what I'm gonna do. That makes perfect sense because I have these for another 2.5 months.
Yeah, they last so long. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, so I can
You want to get your value from
and
that.
Even though they're the fake pieces, they are a 15 star, like you're saying. They have epic potential. I can take them.
Mm-hmm.
They can be decently reflamed as well without spending too much money, and then I can sit on those pieces, take what is important further, like WES, like you said, work on the accessory pieces as well. So then once they expire, or if I get one that's really good flame score that just obviously is better off the bat, maybe replace it. But then I can sit on it and actually get a lot of meso saved up so that when they are gone, I can really push them far.
Yeah, exactly. Then maybe make a bigger jump and upgrade that'll be more efficient in one go rather than making. In general, making small different upgrades a lot is typically way less efficient than making big jump, huge upgrades. Early on, you don't really have the choice, right? You're gonna have to make smaller upgrades, but as you get to a second character, to a third character, to a fourth character, you'll be able to just make huge jumps and leaps and bounds in terms of progress. Like my Kane, for example, was full 17 star CRA, 17 star Superior Gollux, and then Tyrant Shoe, Tyrant Cape. That was it. And now I jump to 20 star Abzo, 20 star Superior, 21 star CRA. Because I was at that stage for a while, I built up all the backups, and I built up all the money, and it became the next project, and there's an event, and now I can make a huge fucking jump.
Okay.
But yeah, that's character number 4 or 5 energy. That's not character number 1 energy. That just, you can't do that. Especially not solo progressing. This is not possible. It's not how the game works.
Yeah.
Up to shoes.
Shoes, baby. Okay.
Let's get some shoes.
So I replace these with Jordans, right?
Yeah, obviously.
Okay. Duh. All right.
The swoosh. Okay. Yeah, get a big old swoosh. Replace those wings with swooshes.
Yeah. Nike is the Greek word for victory. It's pronounced Nike. Yeah.
She's the goddess of war, I believe, or goddess of victory at least.
Nike. I don't know if she is a goddess.
Play her in Smite. Yeah.
Athena is traditionally viewed as the goddess of wisdom and war, along with Ares, which is just god of war.
And I think war and maybe destruction as well.
Yeah, I think so. Anyway.
Of the goddess of victory. There you go.
Yeah, goddess of victory, Nike.
And the Roman one is Victoria. Yeah, a little bit more on the nose.
Interesting. That's very cool stuff. I like etymology, the roots of words. That's actually one of the best parts about being Greek and speaking Greek fluently is that the Greek language
I think for like
was
health, for medicine, it's good, right?
yeah, it's pretty good for almost everything. Like
Yep.
Latin was partially based on Greek. Um,
It's
all the
completely based.
romance,
Sorry.
yeah, all the romance languages are based on Latin and Greek. Um, I'm able to understand just medical terms, biology, whatever. There's just so many Greek words and everything. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, it's useful for sure.
Yeah.
We had Greek well, like traditional Greek as an option in school, but I didn't follow it. But it was interesting to see all the roots of the words where they come from. It's definitely useful.
Yeah. Have you seen the movie My Big Fat Greek Wedding?
I have not. That's with like
No
Russell
way.
Brand on it, right?
Yeah,
Jonah
no way you
Hill.
haven't.
Yeah, I
No,
haven't
no,
seen that
no,
one.
no, 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 not Jonah Hill, not Jonah Hill.
Not
Russell
Jonah Hill?
Brand.
Oh, I thought it was.
Mm-mm. It was actually My Big Fat Greek Wedding is
Wait, what movie am I thinking about?
was made by a cast of completely unknown actors with like $1 million budget or something, very low budget, and
Oh,
it wound up to be.
It's called Get Him to the Greek. Okay, never mind. But
Okay.
it was something with Greek in it.
My Big Fat Greek Wedding is a hilarious movie. I recommend watching it.
Let's see.
It is the highest grossing film of all time in terms of the amount of money spent to make and the returns on it. No other
Oh.
movie has ever returned as much money as that one.
Okay.
Yeah. It
thought it
had
was-
the highest percentage gain.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, that's why they made
And
3
it
of
came
it.
out
Huh?
of nowhere. I think only 2. I think they just made the
No,
second one like 15
there's a
years
3.
later.
I see it here. 2023, last year, number 3 came out.
That was number 3? Are you sure?
Oh yeah, yep.
No, I think that's number 2.
No, that one's in 2016.
There's a 3?
Yeah, there's
Holy
a 3, bro.
mother of pearl.
Yeah,
There is
yeah.
a 3.
There's
I
a
didn't
movie
even know
night
that.
coming
I've
up.
only seen the original. I've only seen the first one. That shit was hilarious.
Well, movie night idea just popped up.
Yeah. Think you'll like. It's a comedy. It's great. Anyway,
Mhm.
shoes.
Shoes,
Um,
yes.
Yeah. So shoes, pencilier, boots. These are probably gonna be with me for a while.
Yeah, so there are options here, and they all suck equally, so it doesn't
Okay.
really matter what you really do here.
Would they be replaced by Absolab eventually? I guess.
Yeah, you go into Abzo. How you get to Abzo, it could either be Pencilier, it could be, the ones that we talked about, like the ones
The
you
level
transfer hammer,
150,
the
root of
150.
this or whatever. Yeah.
If you Star Force them early, they could get a lot stronger than this, and then you just wear those until you can get the Absolab to transfer them into. It could be Nova shoes. They come with a lot of base attack. They drop
That's from Magnus, right?
Magnus, yeah. It could be those. If it takes you a long time to progress there, you could even afford Tyrant shoes, but Tyrant shoes cost 70 coins. And Magnus only drops 9 coins per week, so that would be 8 clear, so that's almost 2 months of progress. They are very good, though. They have very good base stats, but you'll probably get to Abzo before that.
Okay.
There could even be Cygnus shoes, because they have flame advantage under 140, so I have an advantage over these, but then you'd have to do normal or easy Cygnus, which is a boss that is decently easy to do. And then they drop pieces just like CRA that you can then double click and pick the shoes from. So if you hit any of those with like a crazy flame and they really overpower this one before you get around to upgrading this one, that could be something that you do. If not, you could just hold on to these. Yeah, it's just whatever kind of hits,
Yeah, and these are okay. They're like.
Yeah, 3 all is not bad for Pencilier whatsoever, because it doesn't have flame advantage, so it's on average going to have pretty shitty flames. So that considering, it's pretty good.
So I'm just gonna I'm not gonna probably start this anymore. Maybe I'll take it to 12 in the event, but I'm gonna want to take this to Epic for sure, and maybe get like a plus 6% line or something.
Yeah, that probably you could do that. If you do that, you could also work on a Star Force if you want to, and then transfer that into the 150, right? That way your Epic and your Star Force goes into the 150, and then you can work on that one for a while, and then transfer that into the Abzo, and just like use them as you're going, but use your use the event. So usually the 5 and 15s are really cool, because then if you have this at 15, for example, so here's like the old school money trick is to use 30% off to get it to 15. Sit on 15, wait for 5 and 15, tap it to 16, transfer it into the shoes, goes back down to 15, tap it up to 16 again, transfer it to Abzo, goes back down to 15, tap it up to 16 again. That way you get the 3 stars that it cost you at 100% rate every time, and that saves you a lot of money.
Yeah.
But that has to like perfectly align with the event, so it's like, again, sometimes it's more worth it just to tap it quicker than to wait for that gain. But if it does happen to coincide, it's pretty neat and saves you a lot of time and effort.
Okay. Cool. And then the shoes, I would replace them with
Into Arcane shoes.
into
Abzo,
Arcanes, yeah.
probably
Arcane
Abzo
Arcane.
into High Star Force Abzo first, then into Arcane, decently High Star Force, and then eventually into Eternal shoes, yeah, which, you know, aren't even out yet, so. But that's the path for that, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Earrings, aren't these? I have the rarest set of earrings in the entire game.
Yeah, you do. Blue moons.
Yeah, they
think
do
there's-
absolutely jack
Are there
shit.
silver moons? Yeah, they don't do anything, yeah. So, what are
I
we
just
looking
haven't
for?
been Horntail right off the bat. I just haven't been lucky enough to get any earrings.
Yeah,
I keep
there's-
getting rings and pendants.
Yep, there's another earring. If you check the boss accessory set, there's another earring that is exactly the same and will just basically does the exact same, but drops from another boss, so you can double your odds.
Will o' the Wisps, isn't that from Von? No, Leon, Von Leon or whatever.
No, this one is from Hardhilla.
Oh yeah, that's right. It looks like the Native American earrings, right? They have like the
Yeah, like feathers kind of on
feathers,
it.
yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah.
So either one of
Okay.
those you hit, again, as you're still working up, if you're doing the boss, if you do find one with a really good flame by the time you get around to that earring, then you can commit to it. Again, if you look for something with a flame score of like around 40 to 50 at least, then you can get a lot of value out of that, and you don't have to buy any flames for it. So that's a good early game strat to get extra value out of your time.
Okay. I'm probably gonna want to take them to 10 or 12 stars again.
Yeah. And these are
Right.
also higher level, so these will actually be able to go past 15. So these might eventually become decent pieces, and you would also maybe want to keep backups of them in case you want to Star Force them even past 17, and you don't want to
Okay.
have to pay for safeguarding. In case you hit like some good potential on them, and you want to use them as higher level drop and meso gear in higher level areas without losing too much damage.
Okay. And that would eventually replace them with Sweetwater.
So
Are there
That's-
Sweetwater rings?
there are, but that's kind of out of the meta right now because that had to
Okay.
do with how the set bonus for Superior happened. You're gonna want the Superior Golic set, and that you need earring, belt, ring, pendant. So for ring and pendant, you can use them alongside other stuff, but for the belt and for the earring, you have to replace what you have there to get the full Superior set bonus. So
Okay.
it's going to go either directly into that, or it's going to go into a reinforced earring, which is the 140 piece that we use to fodder for High Star Force. Yeah, probably
And I
into
can push
Superior.
superiors pretty far, like 21 star, legendary, etc.
Yeah, but not directly, right? Because then you have a chance of booming. We do it through Transfer Hammer for Superior. Because
Okay.
it takes you like a whole month to get a backup, or you have to get really lucky on a drop, and that can only happen on the belt and the earring. The other two you have to buy, the pendant and the ring, you have to buy from the shop. So that's 700 coins, and at like 25 to 30 coins per day from Helix, that's roughly about a month of runs just for a single backup. So to
Okay.
make that process more palatable, we go for the fodder and we go for the 10 levels lower items. We stockpile those, and then we try to get those to High Star Force and then transfer them over to reduce the risk and to increase our odds.
Okay. Shoulder.
Yep, shoulder.
I don't know much about shoulders. I know there's one I can get from like what's his name? Let me look here on the chart.
They're kind of like shoes, so it's
From
understandable.
Ranmaru, right? Doesn't he drop a shoulder?
Yeah, there's Ramu shoulders. Yeah. There's also Princess
there's
No shoulder.
Yeah, Pino. Okay.
And then there's the ones you can buy in the shop, similar to the shoes, the ancient root duders that you could buy,
Yeah.
level 150. And
That's
all
probably
of
the
that
easiest
is
thing to buy
all of it is just
in the
like
short term.
in between shit just to get to Absolab again. It's very similar to Shio. And
Okay.
spoiler alert, glove is very similar situation. There's not like one huge favorite where it's like this is the must-have. There's just a bunch of options that are all kind of like suck equally, or they're amazing equally, depending on if you're half full or half empty kind of person. But all of it is just to go into Abso. But again, if you're gonna have to invest a little bit early into it, or you have opportunity to invest early into it, if you do something that's level 150, then it'll transfer into Abso. Or if you do something that's 140, you could transfer that into the 150 and then into the Abso to maintain some of your invested progress.
Okay. All right. Dude, I'm on like page 7 of notes right now. It's crazy.
Yeah.
It's single spaced. Okay. So shoes and gloves are pretty much similar. Like you just said, same thing with the shoulder. Okay. So we can probably just skip that. I know.
Yep.
I need to get pencilier gloves. I can buy 150 gloves too from the shop, or are there no
Yeah,
gloves
you could
from the
transfer
shop?
these to 120 and then that into 130 and then into 140, but that's a whole lot of hassle for just keeping 7 stars at that point. So yeah, you could also go for gloves. The gloves are a little harder to get though. You need the coins from Magnus in the black market to buy I think they're just called root gloves, ancient root gloves, something like that. Those are a bit tougher. So typically people use either the pencil gloves, or what I like to use is the gloves from Cygnus gloves from those pieces, because they also have flame advantage.
Okay.
They're like the only gloves that have flame advantage as a alternative. So those are typically pretty nice. On a slower progressing character, I just open up all of the pieces and just see if any flame hit. You can get flame scores of like 80 or something like that. Like it's on the same level basically as CRA, so you can get some pretty gnarly flames up there. And then or what you can do, it's kind of weird maybe, is you can transfer this into the Hilla gloves, the Necro gloves, because those also have flame advantage, and even at 120 they can still hit like 40 stat, 4 all stat, something like 80 or something as well. Is not completely uncommon. And then again, you can just transfer them through 140 into 150 into 160, right? You can just transfer them all the way up. If you have them epic and they have some Star Force, then you can maintain some of that value just by transferring them over. You just need one and a little hop. So again, a lot of options there. They're all roughly similar. If you get something, you're going to be doing a lot of daily bosses now just to see if you hit something. And if you hit something, jump on that, and then you can start investing into it. And unless you hit anything useful, you don't have to commit yet. Your money, your money's got plenty of things that it needs to do already, so
Yeah.
no need to overcommit early.
Okay. Sounds good. Emblem. We kind of talked about this a little bit.
Yep.
Funny Draxer. Anyway, Angel Emblem. So I got it to epic. It's got dex plus 6%, damage 3%. I'm probably gonna want to roll for attack percent as soon as possible.
Yeah, or even with the mind on tiering it up, right? Getting it to. So general rule of thumb, like if it's a rare epic, I would always go for like just prime line 3 or 6% of your stat. If it's unique, I would go for at least the prime line, like at least 9%, but especially if it's items on the easier area of stat, so like accessories and stuff, I'd probably go closer towards like trying to see if you can hit 12%, so like a 9 and a 3 all, something like that, or a double 6.
Okay.
If you go into legendary, then I would always roll for at least 2 useful lines. So like 2 big lines. So WSE, like a line of attack and a line of boss, or a line of attack and a line of IED. Because otherwise, you're paying the premium of the tier up cost, but then you're not capitalizing on it with the lines. If you can't afford to capitalize on it, then don't pay the premium for the tier up first. Then just stay on unique and just save up more money first.
Okay. Sounds good. Badge. This is another thing I don't know much about. Nothing I can really do with the badge. Doesn't have potential, doesn't have stars, kind of just sits there.
You actually have the best of slot badge until the one that drops from Black Mage.
Oh.
Yeah, there are some event items that could maybe be good temporarily sometimes, and there's one you can buy for like 105 billion, which is barely a little bit better. Yeah, badge is very straightforward.
Okay, badge is staying.
Yep.
Medal, superstar. I'm gonna want to get the Monster Parker medal.
Yep.
That's probably it for that. Secondary, I need to look at the Angelic Buster Discord. I mean, there was the Evo that you said was slightly better than the one that you could buy, but I don't
Yeah,
think
that's the one you can buy, but it's a pretty expensive box.
Yeah. Okay.
It's maybe like 13 all, or it's like 6 all and 3 attack, or it's like barely better. This one is probably fine to work on, I think.
Okay. I think there's a level 110 one. Isn't there? I don't remember.
I don't know if it's the last one you get. I think 100 is the highest one. Evolving secondary weapon. Where is the... This one. Evolving green soul ring. Oh, it's 10 strength and dex and 2 weapon attack. So that's what you're looking at as a difference. It's basically just 2 weapon attack more. Yeah.
Okay, that's not... I'm not gonna freak out about that.
Mm-hmm.
I might as well just...
And I think the box is pretty expensive too for an early game account.
Okay.
Yeah, I wouldn't push that too hard, honestly.
So I'm not gonna push my secondary too far. I'm gonna have to potential it to epic at least and get some lines on it, but not
yeah,
too
unique
far.
is probably also okay.
Unique. Okay.
Legendary maybe not, but like unique is definitely gonna be good value. Remember, we're gonna support our account to make sure that because you're gonna level pretty quickly as well. So there's a chance that you out level your gear, and if you don't take your solid pieces, like your weapon is kind of locked, right? Your emblem is gonna carry all the weight, and your accessories are not gonna bring barely any stat. So that's gonna put a lot of pressure on everything else. So all the little bits you can get that are very high efficiency, low cost upgrades, you do want to get them as much as possible.
So I'm gonna be looking for like boss damage and IED on this.
On the secondary, yeah. So remember, if you
can't roll attack, can you? Percent on secondary, can you?
Attack? Yeah, attack. Yeah.
Okay.
So you can roll attack on all 3 for the WSE. You can roll IED on all 3 as well, but you can roll boss only on the weapon and secondary, not on the emblem.
Okay.
So just like the way that you kind of see all of your accessories as like one blob of like, I want to get drop in meso and as much stat as possible, you also want to kind of see your WSE as a total balance of, I want to balance out the kit of my character. So
damage.
Yeah, if you get all boss and IED, that'll be very useful when you're bossing, but your mobbing will suffer. If you get only attack, that's the most balanced, but you need to make sure you get enough IED, otherwise your bossing will suffer.
Yes.
And if you get like very early on, any double line that you get is probably good value. You can probably put it to use. As your account gets more built, you're going to be looking for more specific stats. And then it's going to be more costly, but more efficient down the road.
Okay. Cool. Cape. I'm still rocking the frozen cape.
Mm-hmm.
Probably get Pencilier.
There's a few options there. Yeah, Pencilier is one. There's other options.
Is there a level 150 cape?
Yeah, it's similar to the other pieces we talked about. There's a boss accessory
cape, right?
Yep, exactly. That's the one. So you can use that one if you're going to Star Force it. Otherwise, there's a Tyrant Cape. Tyrant Cape by itself from Magnus has like 30 base attacks. So that one's going to win over the Zakun Cape pretty much always. Unless you're Star Forcing the Zakun Cape past the... Well, you're going to have to go past 18? 19 stars maybe even? So that's pretty far down.
Mm-hmm.
Tyrant Cape is just, a very high drop rate from Hard Magnus. So up until then, you might use a Nova Cape, you might use this Cape, you might use a Von Leon Cape, you might use a, we talk about, Pencilier, you might get the fucking, what's the other one? The Cygnus Cape. Like, again, kind of like Glove, kind of like Shoulder, kind of like, like all of those. You're basically just filling those slots until we can get into Abzo.
Okay.
Yep. The Cape is probably the last thing you go into Abzo because you can get the Tyrant pretty easily, and the Cape is going to be the smallest upgrade into Abzo from... Basically, the stat bonus is going to carry you over that.
Okay. Cool. Very, very
And then,
cool.
into Arcane, and then into Eternal eventually. Just get ahead of it.
Yup.
You don't have a heart yet. You will get one with the current event.
The event, right? Yeah.
Yep. In the past, they've been for sale in the meso shop. Typically, if they are for sale in the meso shop, you probably always have a character that you kind of should buy it for, even if it seems too expensive. The thing with the heart is just whenever it's available, if it seems too expensive now, by the time the next time it comes available, you'll have already felt like an ass that you didn't buy it because it's so cheap compared to what your income will move to because of how quickly you progress through the game. Okay. So it is worth saving for. Even though 4 bill seems like something you can afford, if you're doing daily Ursus, doing daily Maple Tour, just the 2 free runs, then you already make 1 bill per week just from that. So if there's an event and something is 4 bill, that's 4 weeks of your money. That's a lot. But that's just 4 weeks of that money. That is a worthwhile investment.
That's but one thing I don't like about Hyperion. It's hard to find an Ursus party. Like
yeah, you probably have to go at exactly the right time, right? There's double Ursus time and
2 to 6 p.m. Eastern.
Whatever. You can pretty quickly though get to the point where you could just go in and solo. You don't have to kill the bear to get your S rank and to get your money.
Yeah.
You can do that a lot. I don't know the exact number because I always just run with the squad. You know, we roll 17 deep sometimes. But yeah, that is probably a thing. Where also because people, you know, have to run at a certain time, probably even more people don't run at a certain time and actually run solo, which means it's even harder at those times to even find. Yeah, it's like kind of like a cyclical problem.
Yeah,
people are not trying to wait.
Been able to find a queue once.
Yeah, people are not trying to wait 15 minutes for a boss that they could just solo and get the same thing. So
it makes me want to buy Maple points so I could do 7
7 Maple Tour.
Yeah, but I don't like spending money, and I just.
No, I got it.
Yeah, that's the one thing I actually don't like about this server. The one thing that I've run into so far that I really dislike about the server is.
Yeah, I heard it from Europe as well. That's a struggle for people. If you don't run at that exact time, you're just not getting a run.
Yeah, and it's really important for money making in the beginning. Like it's significantly stifled my progress because I've missed out on like essentially like 1.4 bill in mesos over 2 weeks.
Well, yeah, but again, now it's kind of like the FOMO again, right? So what is the compensation? If you just have fun, you just train, you play, you get stronger, you will get to the point where you can start soloing it faster, and then you don't have to worry about it anymore.
Yeah, that's true.
That's silver lining. So spend your time on other things, and then hope that progress will get you there faster.
Cool. Yeah, that completes the gear.
Completes the gear, yeah. There's a
lot there. I took a lot of notes for that.
Yeah, badges I don't have to worry about. Pendants. There are some individual steps, you know, that we didn't talk about, but a lot of that like goes into more like pitched or slots that have. I guess the general tips: try to avoid, so like sideways upgrade wise, try to avoid ending up with like on your first character might be unavoidable, but try to not get like 18 different legendary rings or something. That happens sometimes to people because like, oh, this ring is slightly better. Oh, this one is slightly better. Oh, this one is slightly better. Because then eventually, with all the money you spent getting to legendary to get your potential back, you kind of pissed away your gains and damage in spending it on potential to catch back up to where you were, you know? That could be tempting. So, like, yeah, kind of treasure ring is going to come up, and it's going to be like, oh, you know, kind of treasure ring. A 17 kind of treasure ring or a 17 Meister ring or whatever is basically just equivalent to an event ring. So if you already have an event ring, you don't need to spend the money to get a kind of treasure ring to 17, because now you're basically just spending money to get the same thing back. Rather, I'd rather you just wait until you have 2 or 3 rings, or maybe even 1. But like, and there's an event, and then you just try to go straight for a 19. If it doesn't go, it doesn't go. It wasn't meant to be. But if it does go, now you have a significant enough upgrade that you can warrant going for the potential and making a significant enough upgrade. You know?
Okay.
Like that, little steps of upgrades versus big leaps of upgrade thought. And that's going to come a lot faster than you might think once you have that foundation of the meso and the drop rate. And it also, like with the familiars, trying to get that drop rate line from the familiars, right? Once you have that and the inner ability, that is going to just lay the foundation for getting those kind of opportunities much earlier than other people.
Yep. Okay. Very cool stuff, man.
Yeah, it's an insane amount, and I don't expect you to retain even like 25% of all the things we just talked about. It's a lot of moving pieces, but hopefully you kind of see like the connection between the things. You know, why you would spend your money in a certain way or not, hold it in some places. And yeah, you're gonna fuck some things up your first time, but I think that's like the charm of playing a video game, is that you get to make some mistakes and you get to mess some things up. But then with every other character, you get to decide, do I want to go hyper efficient on this one, or do I want to do this one solo progression as well and just kind of like earn its own way? Or, you know, you get to decide, like you said in the beginning, like there's a lot of nuance between how you go about the game. Certain classes might lend themselves to you wanting to start, you know, try to do the thing over again, you know, the whole journey, maybe with a better Legion this time, maybe with more Link skills so it's a bit smoother. And some characters you might be like, I want to see what this character can do, you know, let me just like rush this thing up to 250 get a bunch of carries and throw a little bit of money at it and see if it's fun. If it's not fun, whatever, I tried, you know.
Definitely. I feel that for sure. I was doing that on my last account, just... Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
The hyper-efficiency gameplay can be soul draining.
It can. I mean, it does make it so that with every hour you spend, you know you're getting the most out of that hour. So it is good for people with like a very busy schedule. But sometimes keeping up with everything and making the schedule can take more time than... Like, my mom doesn't care about efficiency at all, but she just puts hours and hours and hours in and just does whatever she thinks is kind of okay and whatever she wants to do. She does a lot of event progress. She just trains at like horrible rates, very inefficiently in maps. But, you know, she's got 2 level 282. She's got a 9.5k Legion. Like, half the people who play this game, well, more than half, probably like 90% of the people who play this game aren't nearly as far into the game as she is, in terms of at least like where her account is at. Probably bossing mechanics wise, she's they're a little bit ahead of her. But I need to get out of this quickly because I need to pick up my symbols.
I always thought it was pretty cool you play with your mom. That's really neat.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's, well, it leads to some frustrations every now and then because, you know, old people explaining things can be can be tricky sometimes. You don't have like the reference frame sometimes to connect things to, and you don't really understand that until you run into... Or just do like you do with, you know, with your fucking email program. It's like, oh wait, you don't know how that works either. Like what is the thing I can connect this to as like a similarity to make it work, you know?
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, no, it is cool, you know, especially when you're younger, your mom is not going to yell like "come to dinner" if you're playing a game that you can't pause, you know? Like that's that's a cool. They could be a little bit more understanding in that regard. That could be cool.
That's funny. Yeah, it's really neat. None of my parents play video games. They view video games as a waste of time. So.
Mm-hmm. But then they watch TV like 5 hours a day.
Yep. And I tell them I'd rather use my brain than sit there and absorbing something like a sponge.
Yeah.
But it is what it is.
Or in one ear out the other.
Yeah.
Yeah, video gaming is always an addiction, but somebody who reads books 6 hours a day is like somehow like enlightened or something. It's like,
yeah,
it's the same people who watch multiple hours of TV a day think that video games rot your brain, and that's always an interesting take, you know.
It is. It's very interesting.
With a grain of salt.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right. Well, I think you probably helped a lot of other people as well who are new or coming back, who kind of needed like general guidance on where to go, or, you know, explanation on concepts that might have updated a little bit over the last years.
I hope so. This was very informative for me. I hope other people are able to also find it informative.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it should. Since
Okay.
It's going on your YouTubes and everything, other people have access to it.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I'll be able to... I expect a lot of questions, pop-ups, hopefully some people coming through stream using the commands and everything. Those are available to everyone, so make sure to use those and ask me anything if you have questions on them. All right.
Yeah, man, I really appreciate it.
Yeah, you're welcome. And yeah, I mean, you know where I live, so you can harass me anytime with any questions, and I'll be here for you.
sniff your packets, find your IP address,
Yeah, no
mail
worries.
a package to your house.
Got it.
Yeah.
It's not that hard, but yeah, I don't want to put too much emphasis on it. It's really easy to find me.
Yeah. Nah, thanks, Scardor. I really appreciate your time and effort.
All right. Yeah, you're welcome. And best of luck on everything on your journey. I hope you can progress solo as far as you want to.
Thank you. I should have some new music coming out soon too, so I'm excited
Yes.
to show you some of that once I got it out.
Okay. We'll definitely play it on stream. Get the word
Yes,
out.
sir.
All right.
Yes, sir.
I look forward to that.
Awesome. Thank you
All right.
again.
You're welcome. Have a good one, man.
Later.
Later. All right, that was the one, the only Greek Freak. And he is going to be a gamer freak for a little bit now. So yeah, hopefully for people who are confused about some things or just not sure, you know, doesn't have to be a big thing, wondering where to get your equips. This might not be exactly what you're doing. You might not be exactly on an Angelic Buster, but a lot of these things will fall in line very, very particularly. If they don't, class discords will help you out. !class discords in this chat. You can get links there to all the class discords. Plenty of people there who have insane knowledge on the specific class that you're going to be playing. Many things we didn't even talk about, like hyper skills, hyper stats, not as much about V matrix and all that stuff. All that stuff is available in my chat for all the classes. If it's not specifically mentioned for your class, that means it's the same for everyone. You can just copy that. You have a very wide baseline of everything that you can start with, and then you can slowly build out your specific character knowledge as you're growing throughout the game. And if you do not end up liking your character, as far as you get it, you will end up having a potential boss meal with some weekly income, and then that money can go to another character. Just speed things up a little bit, right? I guess we didn't specifically talk about, if people are pretty new, the daily building your Legion, right? Legion artifact, link skills, all of those are here. !, links in the chat. And about 200 more commands that you can use over there in chat. I forgot to draw the winners for the free sessions. I will do that probably tomorrow because my voice is shot and I need to go sleep. But winners are going to be drawn soon, and this is going to be uploaded, hopefully helpful to a lot of you. I stream every day over at twitch.tv/Scardor. Come check out my stream if you want to. If you don't want to, that's fine too. Then you can just check another one of these videos. If you have any questions, you can always find me there, or you can hit me up through x.com, through YouTube, through Discord, through Twitch, through Carrier Pigeon, and Quantum Computer Laser Array Message. Yes. All of that. I'm available, all right? I'm here to help. And we have a pretty useful, helpful, friendly community with people over at Twitch. If you want to be a part of that, feel free to drop by. All right, thanks for watching the video. Hopefully it was useful, and I'll see you on the next one. Ow. Bye.